The House Chairperson.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. Pardon me for the bowing. It is my mind. Honorable members, we know that we have to be careful in terms of safety. Let's keep our masks on. The first item, honorable members, on the order paper is member statement. Any member of the ANC who wish to make a statement? Either on the virtual platform or in the house. I hope that every party have prepared their members in accordance with the. Thank you. Honorable April.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise to make the statement: the African National Congress is committed in giving ownership of land directly to dispossessed Black people. We are clearly righting the wrongs of the past and returning land to its rightful owners. The official handover of land and title deeds to 30 Black farmers at a Tafelkop in Groblersdal in Limpopo province on Saturday, the 22nd of May, 2021, by President Cyril Ramaphosa is further proof of the commitment. The handover of the title deeds was part of the government's land restitution program. The farms total 189 hectares are worth 25 million rand. A total of 32 households are supported by this land, and farming activities provide employment to 128 permanent workers and up to 320 seasonal workers. To date, the ANC-led government has thus redistributed over 5 million hectares of land, totaling around 5,500 farms to more than 300,000 beneficiaries. So far, the land restitution process has also benefited over 2 million land claimants and resulted in the transfer of around 2.7 million hectares. Indeed, the dignity and basic humanity is restored to the Black farmers of Tafelkop. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable April. We move to the DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. Reports indicating that Minister Mkhize has been embroiled in a multi-million rand contract that was awarded irregularly to his friends has come as little surprise. The Auditor General has confirmed a number of irregularities with this contract, which is said to have provided even the most basic tasks at astronomical prices, tasks that are squarely the responsibility of the department. Millions of rands were spent organizing interviews and public appearances for Minister Mkhize, while millions were also spent on luxury purchases for this squad of friends and their families. Perhaps what has been more shocking about these revelations is President Ramaphosa's silence while his health minister is allegedly at the center of the most egregious COVID corruption scandals to date. President Ramaphosa is only happy to flex his pen to condemn corruption, but has little mettle to deal with it when it rears its ugly head within his own cabinet. The only acceptable action is for Minister Mkhize to step down, pending the outcome of the SIU investigation. He surely cannot be the player and the referee of his own investigation. It is an absolute shame that the very person entrusted with the COVID-19 response in the country is said to be the fox of this hen house.
Thank you, Mrs. Warube. Yes, Warube. Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. Announcement by Post Office that they are going to close 130 branches around the country should worry all of us. The rapid closure of post office branches in many townships and rural communities has a serious consequences. Post offices have become a site of business activities for many. It is a place to access the internet and receive parcels. You tell young people, you as government, to apply for internships and jobs by sending their CVs and Z83s, and they rely on the post office only. Our people depend on post office branches as a place to collect their social grants. Now you close post office branches, contributing to the decline of economic activities in rural areas. We know the ruling party is only interested in backward neoliberal agenda, and their objective is to run everything down and allow the private sector to public assets at close to nothing. We have said this before as the EFF, to revive the post office, compel all government departments and national provincial governments, municipalities, and state-owned companies to use post office services where practical, and the post office should prioritize building internal capacity to first service government. Then we will see spin-offs and revived post office functional network at branches all over the country. That is the only way we will revive this thing called post office. Earring New Don Mongwaneng. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mente. The ANC. The ANC.
Strongly condemns a mob justice incident that claimed the lives of 6 people and injuries to 5 others at Plot 52 in the Zandspruit informal settlement on Wednesday, the 19th of May, 2021. It is reported that about 200 people rounded up suspects who were allegedly robbing people in the area. 9 males were forcefully taken to a sports field and assaulted and later dosed with petrol and satellite. While we acknowledge the frustration of community members due to high levels of crime, we can never approve vigilante attacks. The public should work together with the police and the community police forums to address crime in their areas. People should not take the law into their own hands and being in conflict with the law. The ANC welcomes the meeting of the Minister of Police and the Gauteng Community Safety MEC with the Zandspruit community leadership structures to discuss some of their concerns around policing. We also welcome the news that arrests were made in connection with this incident. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Mam Katra. We proceed and invite the IFP to make their statement.
Honorable House Chairperson, the IFP is pleased to see that one of South Africa's own conservationists has been recognized with an award for her work in the protection and repopulation of the endangered southern ground hornbill. South African conservationist and University of Cape Town alumni Lucy Kemp has received the prestigious Whitley Award with 40,000 pounds, some 790,000 rands, to align traditional beliefs with new conservation action that will protect the southern ground hornbill and its habitat. The Whitley Awards are presented annually to individuals from the Global South by the Whitley Fund for Nature, a charity based in the United Kingdom. This year's awards took place during a virtual celebration on Wednesday, 12 May, following months of rigorous adjudication. Dr. Lucy Kemp and her team on the Southern Ground Hornbill project have been working for years to ensure that this important bird remains a part of the South African landscape. As patron of the Mapula Ground Hornbill project, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi has said, and I quote, "Since the time of our ancestors, we have held the ground hornbill in high esteem, recognizing them as harbingers of rain. We have used their presence as an alarm clock," close quote. The IFP, and I'm sure this House, congratulates Dr. Kemp on winning this prestigious award. We also thank her and her team for all they are doing to protect this iconic bird. I thank you.
Thokoze Mhlonishwa Xengwa. The FF Plus.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. House Chair, over the past few weeks, we have seen many so-called service delivery protests flare up in different places around the country, such as in Bloemfontein and surrounding areas where economic activity in the Mangaung Metro was brought to a standstill for nearly a week due to violent protests under the guise of dissatisfied citizens. Also in Maluti Abufong, Machabeng and Nelson Mandela Metro, violent service delivery protests led to damage to municipal and private infrastructure. Private property, such as trucks and vehicles, were set alight that even led to loss of life. Chairperson, there must be no illusion that these protests, through being perpetrated in the name of poor service delivery, is all but that. These protests are the result of infighting among the factions in the ruling ANC. We know that the easiest and quickest way to destabilize a government is through violence and the threat thereof. The ANC has taught us that, and the ANC is using their own tactic on themselves. Chairperson, the South African police force must do more to prevent and stop these protests at all costs. Crime intelligence is an unutilized tool and must be used to prevent these actions proactively before they can even get to a point where people cannot go to work, public transport cannot function, children cannot go to school, and real service delivery cannot take place because of it. Get your house in order. We have been paying for your hapless government for 26 years.
Your time is up, Honorable Vessels. We have 1.5 minutes to say our statements. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Statement on the passing of former ambassador to Israel, Ismail Kovadia. On Sunday, the 23rd of May, 2021, the former ambassador to Israel, Comrade Ismail Kovadia, passed on. Comrade Kovadia is a long-standing member of the ANC and a very principled fighter for freedom and justice. He will be remembered for rejecting a gift of 18 trees planted in his honor by the Israeli regime on the basis that the trees were planted on occupied Palestinian land. South Africans must celebrate the contribution of Comrade Ismail made to the fight against apartheid and his role in opposing Israeli occupation on Palestinian lands and the brutality that the Palestinians are subjected on a daily basis. We have lost one of our best diplomats at a time when we need the experience and wisdom. In his honor, the ANC reaffirmed its unwavering commitment to stand firm on the side of the Palestinian people in their struggle to achieve freedom and self-determination. The ANC sends its heartfelt condolences to the Kovadia family, his friends, and the broader democratic movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Jacobs. We proceed to the DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, South Africans are being treated like mushrooms. We sit in the dark and are fed manure by the likes of Minister Pravin Gordhan, Minister Gwede Mantashe, President Cyril Ramaphosa. Their reassurances that there's light at the end of the load shedding tunnel have been exposed as empty promises, as daily we are informed of new load shedding schedules. This government has lost all credibility when it comes to ensuring a stable electricity supply as a result of greed and unwarranted nationalistic pride. If only egos shone brightly enough to illuminate the country. The Risk Mitigation Independent Power Producers Program has been a total shambles. The program has been characterized by dodgy dealings, a lack of planning, and silo thinking. Ask Eskom if they are happy with this program, and you get a completely different story to what the Department of Energy is spinning. It has been tainted with allegations of ministerial and departmental interference. And yet, when the DA called for openness and transparency, as required by the Constitution, and a comprehensive investigation into the bid adjudication process, it was rejected by the Portfolio Committee as being outside their mandate. We call on Parliament to rein in Minister Mantashe in the interests of securing a brighter future and to immediately investigate the RMIPPP to the full extent of its powers. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Millum. The ACDP. ACGP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ACDP rejects government's intentions to disarm vulnerable population of South Africa who are being terrorized by criminals and gangsters. Former US President Ronald Reagan once said, and I quote, "When dictators come to power, the first thing they do is to take away people's weapons," close quote. Adolf Hitler is reported to have said, and I quote again, "To conquer a nation, first disarm its citizens," close quote. Adolf Hitler, we know, confiscated guns before killing over 13 million of his own people. Joseph Stalin confiscated guns also before killing over 20 million people. After Mao Zedong confiscated guns in China in 1949 before he killed 45 million of his own people. And we know that Fidel Castro also disarmed the Cubans in 1959 before he killed at least 10,000 people. South Africans should become suspicious and ask why government is planning to disarm law-abiding citizens the police are failing to protect. The ACDP hereby warns South Africans that the only reason why government would want to disarm them might be...
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The recent by-election results show once more that the ANC remains the party of choice for the people. 40 by-elections were held across 25 municipalities in the Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KZN, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga provinces on the 19th May 2021. The African National
Next to you, Kamontlong, there is a serious echo coming from your side. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
There is something also behind. Proceed, let's hear. It seems that you guys.
The African National Congress. Oh, Chairperson, can you request somebody to read my statements? That's
Honorable Maluleka, Honorable Papo. Honorable Maluleka, we hardly can you the honorable Tata serious sound. Can you allow somebody in the house to proceed with your motion?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Papo, please proceed.
The recent by-election results show once more that the ANC remains the party of choice for the people. 40 by-elections were held across 25 municipalities in the Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga provinces on the 19th May 2021. The African National Congress retained 27 wards, lost 1 ward, and won 3 new wards. Overall, the ANC won 51.9% of the vote, compared to 16.37% and 10.47% by the DA and the EFF respectively. The support for the ANC by the people demonstrates the faith they continue to have in the policies and principles of the organization. We humbly thank the people for going out and demonstrating via their vote the confidence they continue to have in the African National Congress, and we assure them that we stand ready to continue serving them.
Thank you, Honorable Papo. The Good Party.
The Honorable Chairperson, on behalf of Good, I would like to highlight the recent murders that took place in the Cape Flats, including Mitchell's Plain, Khayelitsha, and Delft. 9 people were fatally shot in Khayelitsha, 3 people murdered in Delft, and a 16-year-old boy was shot in Mitchell's Plain just within this week. The senseless killing of people are common on the Cape Flats, an issue we have years debated without any resolution to an effective crime fighting plan. The Department of Police has not been effective in the safety and protection of citizens, nor within its investigation capabilities that should lead to arrest. We therefore call on SAPS to urgently review its gang intervention initiatives. We further ask that SAPS look into their detective units, frontline policemen and women, and forensics so that investigations lead to arrest. People are tired of living in fear, and it's time SAPS fulfill its mandate to protect the citizens of this country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable August. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The ANC phase 2 of the COVID-19 vaccination, which was rolled out from Monday, 17th May 2021. Government has set a target of vaccinating an estimated 5.5 million South Africans over the age of 60. Last week, the electronic vaccination data system sent out the country's first text messages for COVID-19 vaccination appointments. Most of the teething problems, which included receiving text messages of notifications on short notice, recording of vaccinations manually because of load shedding, and glitches in the system, which resulted in some being turned away after notification have been addressed. Points to note during this vaccination phase include allocation of vaccination sites closest to the person to be vaccinated, and 2, the number of vaccination sites available in an area will determine the length of time one will receive an SMS for appointment after registration. One will not be able to register on the EBDS if one is not a health worker or 60 years and older. The number of times one registers does not determine how soon one will receive an appointment. If one misses an appointment, the EBDS will automatically reschedule the new appointment and send out an SMS with a date. And if one does not have any form of identification, the health department is currently working on a system to address that issue to allow those affected to be vaccinated. We are confident that as more vaccination sites identified, the process will unfold smoothly for all South Africans to abide by the processes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Time yourself. Thank you. We proceed to the DA, and I would like at this stage, as we proceed, to invite members of the executive who will be responding to raise their hands so that the table staff can be able to assist me so that we work on time. Raise your hands on the gadgets. Thank you. We proceed to the DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. On Friday night last week, under the cover of darkness, the Civilian Secretariat for Police gazetted the Firearms Control Amendment Bill for public comment. This bill makes several proposals which the DA believe are unreasonable and irrational, including but not limited to the removal of self-defense as a reason to possess a firearm. The Minister of Police, who is surrounded by heavily armed and highly trained VIP protection officers, wants to take the last line of defense away from millions of responsible law-abiding South Africans. SAPS's failure to adequately manage the CFR legislation are no reason to remove guns as a blanket solution to a problem which is of their own making. Every year, SAPS loses hundreds of their own firearms, which end up in the hands of violent criminals. SAPS fails to do proper background checks and in many instances even fails to inspect the safes of firearm owners to ensure basic compliance. In the last quarter crime statistics, there were almost 5,000 murders in South Africa. We are one of the most violent societies in the world, and SAPS, by its own admission, is failing to fulfill its own constitutional mandate. South African citizens have a right to life and a right to self-defense, and the DA will not allow the government to take away their most effective tool to preserve these rights. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We proceed to the EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. Over the past few months, the economic freedom fighters has consistently called for Minister Zweli Mkhize to step down and to be removed from office by President Cyril Ramaphosa over his failure as a Minister of Health and the emerging alleged corruption scandals surrounding his name. The Auditor General's report highlights the devastating corruption that has happened under his watch, even after being prompted numerous times by the Portfolio Committee on Health to intervene, and failure to do so take accountability for the unfolding COVID-19 pandemic heist done by the ANC government in provinces and in the National Department of Health. Sadly, he had an army of protectors masquerading as members of parliament in the Portfolio Committee on Health that would abuse anyone who spoke out against the corruption, lies, and empty promises since this pandemic began, where instead of the minister being held accountable for the 400 million PPE cash heist, EFF MPs were thrown out of visual sittings in the interest of protecting a man who oversaw billions being squandered on bicycles, inflated and substandard PPE. And now recently, the gruesome revelation of 150 million cash heist done through digital vibes while people are dying. We call on President Cyril Ramaphosa to save South Africa by removing a Minister of Health who is concerned about ensuring the primary health care.
Honorable Tembekwaya, thank you very much. The ANC, I'm still inviting hands. I only have 3. The ANC.
The ANC welcomed the new pilot system to improve service delivery to disability grant applicants recently launched in Cape Town by SASSA. Visiting the SASSA offices multiple times and waiting in long queues to apply for a disability grant will soon be a thing of the past. This new online system will enable applicants to book their medical assessment from their comfort of their own home. The system will be piloted regionally before being rolled out nationally. The online booking system forms part of SASSA's strategy to improve its services through the efficient use of digital technology. It will also cut down services through the efficiency use of this digital. On the amount of time the applicant process takes and will ensure cost significance. The online booking system will significantly reduce the number of visits to the SASSA contact points. It will also enable them to book a time for their medical assessment. Once they have...
Thank you, Mama.
Thank you, Chair.
Raleboga Memangani. The AIC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The people of Mdengana administrative area in Amtata in the King Samara Talinjava are crying foul. The disaster that befell them 2 years ago has not been attended to. More than 100 houses were blown away by the winds and totally destroyed. This was reported to the OR Tabo district, the MEC relevant, but nothing has happened so far. The affected people are still staying with their relatives and friends who were lucky enough not to be affected by this disaster. They are also affected but assisted by the nearby communities. Honorable Chairperson, the council that has been there for almost 15 years is doing nothing to assist these people. It's only saying it is the competence of the district, but now it does nothing to assist them. This council does not even have meetings with the people, but is leading. The OR Tabo district officials came once and promised to come back to remedy the situation. Nothing has happened so far, and these promises were never fulfilled. There are no access roads, no water, no electricity. We are therefore calling upon the minister to intervene because these others that have been reported to are doing nothing to assist these people.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. As I call on the ANC, I'm asking for 3 more members of the executive to raise their hands. I have 4. The ANC,
The ANC condemns the treatment meted out to Al Ali coach and former Mamelodi Sundowns coach Peter Musimane by some unruly Mamelodi Sundowns fans. A section of the Pretoria-based club was seen blocking the bus and insulting the former Mamelodi Sundowns coach Peter Musimane as his team bus was making its way into Lucas Muripe Stadium on Saturday, the 22nd of May, 2021. Sundowns hosted Egypt's Al Ahly in a tension-riddled CAF Champions League second leg quarter-final match. This kind of treatment was uncalled for and should never be tolerated. This is an embarrassment to our country, which is well respected in Africa. It also reflects badly on the image of football in the country. We welcome the commitment by Mamelodi Sundowns to begin a dialogue with Egyptian powerhouses Al Ahly in a bid to ease the tension between 2 clubs. Those responsible for this delinquent action should be identified and brought to book.
thank you, Mambinto Igaba. We now proceed to ministerial responses. I will invite the Minister of Environment, Honorable Chrissy.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I would want to thank Honorable Klengwa very much for highlighting the prestigious Whitley Award that was given to Lucy Kemp to support her significant conservation efforts with regard to the ground hornbill. She has been described by Sir David Attenborough as a local environmental heroine. And from the perspective of our department, her important work will help to improve the breeding success of the ground hornbill outside of protected areas. It will institute a nationwide monitoring process, including citizen scientists who will contribute. And lastly, and perhaps of major importance, is that she will document Indigenous knowledge, which we can use for further conservation.
Are you still available, Minister?
I'm finished, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We proceed to another Minister, Jalil, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and good afternoon to all the members. Thank you for recognizing the member from the ANC. The Tafelkop land redistribution claim that we have settled on Saturday. Honorable House Chair, it was a joy to share the joy with the farmers of Tafelkop. They have been waiting for a long time, and I want to thank them for their patience. The President and members of the Interministerial Committee were also there to share the joy with them. The history, Honorable Chair, of these farms is that after the Second World War, the then government, as a reward to white soldiers, gave all of them farms, while all people of color that were in the war only received bicycles. So once they abandoned the land, the Tafelkop farmers started farming it, and today they're very successful. They now have their title deeds. They now can enter into partnership with investors and grow their land. Honorable House Chair, we all need to work much harder to speed up land reform. But we need to appeal to all the provincial governments and to all the municipalities who are sitting on well-located land that they are not releasing, including land owned by state-owned entities. If we can put all of this land together, it will assist us to speed up land reform. The last land audit that was done on agricultural land, Honorable House Chair, shows that 72% of agricultural land is in the hands of whites, 15% in the hands of coloreds, 5% of land in the hands of Indians, and only 4% to Black farmers. So there's a lot of work to be done, and we must all work together to speed up land reform in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We proceed to Honorable Minister Pasha. Oh, no.
Thank you.
Deputy
Thank you.
Pasha, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. My network is a bit weak, so I'll just respond without the camera. I want to thank the Honorable Jacobs for his statement on the vaccination program. I want to assure the honorable members and the public at large that indeed the program of vaccination is being rolled out all over the country in all 9 provinces. That currently we are focusing on the vulnerable groups, the over 60 as a focus group currently. We urge everybody who qualifies, who's over 60 years, to register. Very soon we will move on to various sectors, especially essential workers, teachers, police officers, and other workers, even in the private sector, who deal with the public. All provinces are also having outreach programs through which those who cannot have gadgets and data to register are also registered. But those who have gadgets, they have systems through which you don't need to have data to also register. We want to assure honorable members and the public that we do have enough stock of vaccines, and that all the people who qualify will be vaccinated. And even if you have registered and you have not received a message, an appointment, please go to the vaccination site. And lastly, I want to urge all honorable members to use your constituency offices to reach out to make sure that all our vulnerable people are registered. And when we move to the next category, we will need, especially during the recess. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Re a leboga Ntate Pasha. Ntate Bapela, Deputy Minister Cocter.
Chairperson, and afternoon to honorable members. Let me respond to 3 questions that were raised that relates to Cocter. One was from the Freedom Front Plus around the service delivery protests that are currently in certain municipalities that he has mentioned, and even others, that we do the violent nature of the protest and the violence that accompanies the protest, while of every, but so long as it is peaceful, no damage to property should be allowed, no threatening life situation should be allowed. And we also pay our condolences to the life in the Smith area. And we hope therefore that South Africans can
Ntate Bapela, I'm
Hello.
sorry, Deputy Minister. Wakata, I get some more maybe go katima video go kaba taonina.
All right, thank you, Direjwalo. Therefore, I was saying, therefore, we condemn the violence nature that takes place in the protest, and call on South Africans to, whilst their right to protest is yours, don't use violence, because property gets damaged and destroyed, and then also life gets lost. And yesterday, a driver lost his life in the Harrismith area. Condolences to the families. We just call on all our people really to respect the law. However, it is not correct to say that this is as a result of the ANC factions. There are so many issues that are contributing to the lack of service delivery across the country in the municipality area, the old infrastructure and the lack of replacement to have a new infrastructure, the growing and migrating people who are migrating to the cities and the towns in big numbers where they just settled everywhere, and hence the access of services is not competing with the movement of the people to these particular areas. And also the funding formula of local government is still under debate for it to be reviewed, and we hope therefore that is a matter that the whole of us should then respond to. And others will be the issues of the skills that are not attractive to go and work in the smaller municipalities. And as a result, the technical skills in certain municipalities have collapsed. But these are the factors that are real factors that we really ought to look at. And that government is really beginning to work on a plan that will ensure, therefore, that we help those struggling municipalities and we're able to improve service delivery. The second one is a statement by the ANC, congratulating the ANC for winning the majority of the by-elections and winning 3 new awards to the ANC. I also want to echo the people of South Africa for voting the African National Congress and continue to do so. And your vote will not be taken for granted. Your love for the ANC will always be admired, and we will continue to serve you with pride, with humility, with respect, with humbleness, and therefore continue to vote for ANC. The last one is around the issue of Mthatha.
Honorable Minister, you only have 3 minutes to respond. I actually added due to the disruptions that happened earlier. Thank you very much.
There were 3 questions, but obviously the other one will take it forward to follow up in the Mthatha area as raised by the AIC. Thank you.
Thank you. As I call on the Deputy Minister, Professor Mkhize, may I invite 2 more hands from the executive. I need 2 more. We have a maximum of 7. Thank you. Professor Mkhize?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I would like to thank Honorable Mangani for raising the issue of the treatment of persons with disabilities with respect and dignity, whereby the department has ensured that they could review and their application online. It's really in line, honorable members, with our principle of inclusive design from the beginning, that whenever we plan, we should ensure that the rights of persons with disabilities are taken into consideration, they are accommodated, and we don't think about them as an afterthought. But from whenever we implement a program, we make sure we have them in mind. We make sure that they benefit fully without any form of marginalization. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister Mkhize. Is there any member of the executive that has a problem maybe in using the icon? Can you just introduce yourself and proceed? It seems we only go up to 5, and we hope that the executive or the ministers know that we can have up to 7, so that next time we are prepared to respond in that way. Thank you very much. We step off this order of the member statements and the responses. We now move on to the debate, a debate on an urgent matter of national public importance in terms of Rule 130 in the name of Ms. N J Adoons on the bullying amongst learners in schools. Honorable members, I have been informed that the Honorable Mbingo Kikaba will take charge of the order in terms of Assembly Rules 93. I now recognize you, the chairperson of the Basic Education Portfolio Committee.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Afternoon to all members in the House and on virtual platform. Chairperson, on Monday, the 12th of April, 2021, a dark cloud descended on our beloved nation when one of our learners, Lufuno Mabunga, took her life because of the humiliation she endured after being assaulted with the laughter of her schoolmates. Her death remains a stark reminder and reflection of the social ills which confront our society. Many learners in our schools experience such humiliation and bullying. This humiliation was expounded by the viral distribution of the incidents in social media platforms. As much as social media platforms create ease of sharing information, in this regard, they served as one of the factors that contributed in denigrating her dignity. Broadly in society, bullying is a prevalent issue, and cyberbullying is becoming a prominent feature due to the fact that many South Africans use social media platforms to socialize and for economic reasons. As a nation, we need to ask ourselves critical questions on the use of social media platforms whilst protecting the human rights for all. Parents and guardians should also ask themselves the question of the role they can play in order to protect their children and raise them to be aware of such risk. The danger of bullying is that at times when our children are bullied, they hardly report the issues in their schools or their guardians. This bears a critical responsibility for parenting. Honorable Chair, there are various factors which contribute to the behavior in our schools and society. One of the critical factors which shape the character and behavior of children is a family unit. As a nation, it is paramount that we begin to engage about the state of the family unit in our country. The family is an important social institution as a component of our society. Our society has a high percentage of children who are raised in a single-parent household. The Sonke Gender Justice and Human Sciences Research Council report on the state of the South African fathers. It shows that Black children had the largest percentage of absent fathers at 40%, and 7% had a non-resident involved father. 27% lived with both parents and 45% with their biological mother only. Honorable Chair, these statistics depict the state of our family compositions. And other troubling facts in the report is the racial composition of this situation. It depicts the economic ownership, employment, and other dimensions of how our socioeconomic issues have been based on our race due to our history of apartheid and colonialism. One of the important things we should recognize about children is that their cognitive development, their knowledge and consciousness is shaped by the environment they are exposed to. Children observe social interaction in society and they spend most of their time with their family, in schools and with the friends they play with. If a child is exposed to violence and particular acts which are not desirable, these acts influences children and their conduct. Bullying is a global phenomenon that has a potential of impacting children both physically and psychologically. Bullying denigrates the well-being, the health, the academic performance of learners and is associated with serious long-term implications for our lives. It is a high cost for society. Bullying contributes to some learners dropping out at schools. This shows the psychological impact of such conduct. Institutional cultures and practices in schools should not be discriminative and abusive. Our principals should strengthen their capability to develop school institutional cultures which promote discipline, respect, values of Ubuntu, and other life skills our children need. Learners must not be able to resort to suicide under different pressures. Our learners and youth in general should have confidence in their teachers, in their principals, and any other relevant authority to protect and resolve any issue which can negatively impact them. Many learners and students give up on their dreams and ambitions due to bullying and abuse, which derails their focus and confidence in confronting the various aspirations. That is why the African National Congress has noted that our critical responsibility is to transform society and to prioritize the rights of children. Another social issue affecting our society is gender-based violence and femicide. and incidents of rape and sexual harassment in our schools and society. The second pandemic of GBVF is another scourge which requires the whole of society to take responsibility of responding to these acts. Civil society and religious bodies and the broader society should all contribute in fight against GBVF, which is rampant in our communities. We need to transform our society and change how boys and men view women and the girl child. The abuse experienced by women and the girl child in public transport, in schools, in workplace, in religious institutions, and broadly in society has to change. Sexualizing women is an act to undermine women and their worth. Recently, in our schools, numerous reports have emerged at a school in Ivory Park in Gauteng and in Bilu in Limpopo, where the teachers have been arrested for rape. Another recent incident is one of a learner at Scottsville High School in Kraaifontein who was a top student in school committed suicide, which is reported to have been influenced by economic difficulties facing the family. Learners require support from their family and guardians who need to be involved in their school and care to ensure the success of the learner. The fact that parents have to be in workplace with others in work environment which are demanding, the time to parent and guide children is compromised. We call for this debate as a matter of national importance as the African National Congress, because this requires the Parliament of People to discuss pertinent issues affecting our children. This is not a matter for narrow political rhetoric and should not be used to score political points. It requires this House to grapple with these social ills in order to bring about additional measures to address these problems. The future of this nation will secure when all political parties in this House with the people of South Africa focus on these issues in our areas of influence, to create a safe environment for our children, for our youth, and all people of South Africa. This requires us to transform patriarchal and discriminatory conduct. We should all create a better future for our children and coming generation. As the African National Congress, we reaffirm our commitment to endeavor a social transformation program that prioritizes the children, the rights of children. The Bill of Rights and our Constitution is a tool to enable our people to protect themselves and to change the living conditions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpingo Kikaba. The next speaker is from the GA, Mema Sango.
Thank you, Chairperson. As the list of barriers to education and social ills increases rapidly due to a number of challenges, including COVID-19, bullying has shot right to the top of the list with gender-based violence and substance abuse. When children find an outlet at school where they feel they have physical power over their younger peers, bullying rears its ugly head. As these situations escalate, some families, schools, and communities are sadly and devastatingly claiming top spots in headlines for fatal bullying incidents. These are young lives being untimely snuffed out, cutting their futures short, leaving a trail of anguish and hopelessness in their wake. Let us dwell for a moment on Lufuno Mabunga's tragic and untimely death. How could her parents, peers, educators, and community have helped to save her life? Lufuno's death remains an enduring and stark reminder of the guilt her and many other families feel for not having prevented a tragic death. Chairperson, we have to do something. Society has to do something if we want to win this war, a war being waged against our children, often by other children. Bullying comes in many forms, the most insidious being physical and cyberbullying. As custodians of the well-being of our children, we need to be on full alert. Advances in technology and the rise of cyberbullying have meant that this scourge has transcended school classrooms and sports grounds, sweeping through our homes unchecked. Under our watch, we need to stop it in its tracks or live with the knowledge that we have blood on our hands. South Africa's bullying statistics are terrifying. According to the NGO Safer Schools indicators, a staggering 3.2 million young South Africans are bullied every year. This horrific phenomenon spell a staggeringly grave danger for the already declining and deteriorating educational standards that are prevalent in this country. Studies conducted by the Center for Justice and Crime Prevention affirm that bullying is nothing more than abuse in its most primal form. If there was ever a time when all South Africans should work together, united in a common cause, it would be now. We need to eradicate bullying before it wreaks further havoc on our vulnerable children. Regrettably, bullying not only affects children, everyone in society is affected. It is a multifaceted epidemic, and we need to work together if a dent in addressing this is to be made. While school communities should shoulder some responsibility in working to prevent, monitor, and address bullying in schools, partnerships among parents, guardians and caregivers, law enforcement agencies, and NGOs in the sector must ensure that no young person falls through the safety net or is left behind. The Department of Basic Education appears to be working towards combating bullying in schools, but there needs to be a greater collaboration amongst all sectors of society. In a country where 160,000 high school learners bunk school every school day, it is no wonder our education outcomes are less than satisfactory. Many of these incidents of bunking school could lead to dropouts, which predetermine the social and economic prospects later in their lives. But the causes need investigation. This calls for every one of us to encourage learners to break the silence on bullying, support our children, and take the sting of secrecy out of the equation, expose the perpetrators, and stop them in their tracks. Open the lines of communications wherever young people are. We cannot nurture a generation of bullies, as they will soon become adults who bully their peers. Believe your child and strip away the embarrassment of bullying. Speak out, show support, listen and believe. That is the only way we will break the cycle of bullying and abuse. No matter where you are, listen when someone says they are being bullied. You could be saving a life. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mama Sango. We proceed to the EFF and welcome Mama Shabela.
Chairperson, I will be doing this speech.
You are welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson. The idea of children bullying each other must be located squarely within a generally violent society, particularly violence perpetrated by men and women and children are at the receiving end of this violence. The South African schooling culture has a long and intimate history of violence and normalization of violence as a mantle of respect. People who beat up others are celebrated and admired. Therefore, kids have to learn how to fight, be feared, and resolve all disputes through violence. We know from SAPS data that 779 of the 21,325 murders recorded by police in South Africa between April 2019 and March 2020 were committed by children between the ages of 10 and 17. The same thing will occur when you look at other social ills like assault, including sexual assault. Our juvenile penitentiaries are also overcrowded with kids who have committed crimes, some of which are as horrible as they come. This points to a general problem of South African society, which fundamentally renders life, particularly Black lives, as disposable due to the humiliating socio-economic conditions that prevails. Why would there be a positive life-respecting, life-loving, and life-celebrating culture when we already live as if we are dead? There is a lot of violence within the school-going population. Children killing other children, and including the teachers in school premises and outside school. And the teachers are also attacking children. The phenomenon also portrayed by Yizo Yizo of child gangster haunts many communities, even in deep rural areas like Kendani, Vembe, Soshanguve, and many other communities. As we are speaking now, we have received a very sensitive case of bullying of a learner at Ritomile Junior Secondary School in Soshanguve by a teacher. The principal is aware of the matter as it was reported because the learner attempted to commit suicide, but the teacher remains at school. This is but just one case of many endless cases that are common, far too common. And so far, there is no believable or practical plan by the government to respond to this phenomenon. In the same way, there's no plan to respond to widespread violence we see at places of work, we see at institutions of higher learning, we see on our roads and everywhere else in this country. The immediate solution to deal with bullying amongst learners is a massive development of sports and different sporting codes in schools and communities. Young people must study and play a lot of sports. It is unfortunate that the ruling party has allowed sports facilities in schools that had to dilapidate without maintenance plans and have failed to build sports facilities for schools that did not have any. Each school must have a minimum of at least 2 physical education trainers. We must ensure that each school has 2 grass fields, 2 pitches, and also a swimming pool. Investment in this kind of infrastructure is necessary not only for sports, but to keep learners occupied with extra sports activities. We must prioritize school sports. Equally, there must be a dedicated social program to remove drugs and alcohols in schools and discourage them as a youth culture. The failure to remove all shebeens that are located near schools and sometimes right opposite schools has contributed to the culture of drugs and alcohol. The failure to deal decisively with drugs in our communities allowed this to spill over to school. And now teachers are dealing with things that they are not trained to deal with, including violence as a result of drugs and alcohol. We must uproot the general culture of assault to end respect. Simply arresting and taking to prison will not resolve it. We must take it through the roots, change the social and living conditions that make Blacks' life dispensable, especially to Blacks themselves. It starts with access to land, decent jobs, and income for families. It starts with eradicating poverty and inequality. These are not separate and exclusive matters. They are interconnected and form the roots. They generate this violent society we see today. Let growing up be an experience filled with quality education, sports, and arts. We owe this to our children, and solutions start somewhere else, not at school, and not with children, but adults. I thank you, Chair.
We proceed to the IFP. Mhlonishwa Ngobo.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Ngumalo will be taking the debate.
Proceed, Honorable Ngomalo.
Thank you, Chair. The IFP has long been a proponent of a stronger stance against bullying in our schools. Places that were established for nurturing and developing young minds cannot double up as an abusive environment, much less from fellow learners. Schools are spaces where all learners should feel safe and where they can be sure that they will be respected by their peers. There is no way, Honorable Chair, that unsafe schools are conducive for successful learning. A new Microsoft study has said that an amount of 4 out of 10 teenagers in 32 countries, and our country involved, South Africa, reported to have been involved in bullying incidents. About 40% of teenagers in the same country say that they have been involved in a bullying incident as the target of the bullying itself, someone who displayed bullying behavior, or as a bystander. When we look at this rise in reported incidents of bullying in schools across the country, these statistics are not shocking. What is concerning, however, is that we had to wait until the proliferation of recorded images for us to sit up and acknowledge the severity of this problem. In March this year, 2021, the IFP welcomed the 3-month prison sentence given to a Zululand pupil accused of bullying for failing to appear in court. The threat of criminal sanction and a permanent criminal record must serve as a wake-up call to the other pupils. One incident can change their entire lives, but it can also change the lives of those who are being bullied. In the same breath, the IFP recognizes that bullies are a product of their communities and that without a collective effort, we cannot eradicate the problem from our schools. The IFP reaffirms the stance that the KZN MEC of Education, MEC Gwazimshengu, must launch an anti-bullying campaign designed to combat victimization in schools. It is envisaged that the campaign will, among other things, create an enabling environment for learners to feel safe at school and, at the same time, create a culture of caring between learners, teachers, and the community. Further, the IFP calls for similar campaigns to be launched and sustained across the country so that the spirit of Ubuntu can prevail among our youth. Honorable Chair and honorable members, the IFP believes that the eradication of bullying in our schools is our collective responsibility, from the school staff, the department reps, the parents, and community members. We hope to see a change in school culture as we address the problem head on. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Babu Ngumalo. We will welcome the FF Plus, Honorable Boshoff.
Honorable House Chair, some negative social phenomena are so pervasive that one tends to become blunted to the phenomenon itself as well as to its effects, until something happens which strikes us between the eyes and forces us to speak out. Unfortunately, this is often followed by something equally or even more shocking, causing words to remain only words. Such an example is the death by her own hand of Lufuna Mavunga under circumstances which other honourable members have already described. The word bullying itself has a very down-to-earth origin. Anyone familiar with cattle will have observed our bull, especially a young one, will start pushing around other cattle out of sheer boredom. It is not something about the other cattle causing the bull to act like this. It is something within the bull, or bully. The victim may be ridiculed for being short, tall, skinny, fat, having funny ears, born out of wedlock, wearing glasses, walking in a funny way, or really any attribute. However, the real reason is some insecurity within the bully. He or she expects to feel better if someone else is hurt. Therefore, the bully identifies a victim who seems vulnerable and without a protector. Bullying may be only emotional, or it may become physical, even lethal. Not all competition where there is a winner and a loser should be seen as bullying. It is a natural part of the socializing process that some kids will challenge others, or that acceptable conduct is also taught, even enforced, by members of one's peer group. If the perpetrator is bent on hurting or demeaning the victim, and if the victim is or feels helpless, it becomes bullying. In consequence, the bullied may become the bully. A major problem is that the bullying seems not to be a bait, rather the opposite. This is unexpected, as public norm setting has for several decades revolved around the notion of human rights. Not only is the foundation of the South African Constitution of 1996, is it the foundation of the Constitution, it has been the guiding star in the formulation of subsequent legislation. Posters and textbooks cry it out. Everyone has rights, which should be respected by everyone else. So, why isn't bullying dying out? Part of the reason lies within the human nature. Humans function in social groups, which tend to stratify. This is not always a smooth and a rational process. Sometimes it is harsh and cruel. Therefore, most cultures devise ways to manage this stratification, especially among young ones. Adults or more senior peers are often appointed to facilitate the process. They are also endowed with the authority to guide the process and punish individuals who don't play according to the rules. A striking feature of the human rights culture is that the authority which these actors used to have has significantly been reduced. And the vacuum in authority, like all vacuums, tend to be filled. Who fills the vacuums? Actors in the social group who cannot be penalized for breaking the rules according to the human rights culture. In plain language, teachers lose the authority to enforce discipline at schools, which means that bullies usurp that authority and exercise it without the necessary knowledge or comprehension of its consequences. If the deconstruction of traditional value systems and the stripping of traditional figures of authority leads to the emergence of infantile, self-appointed enforcers of authority, in other words, bullies, it will be the peak of irony. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We proceed to the ANC and invite Mumvana.
Thank you, Chairperson. We converge today to debate on the protection of children's right and the right to dignity. Whilst a 50-year-old educator is alleged in assault and rape of a 14-year-old learner and is appearing in court today. Society has to pause, reflect at the state and level of violence and bullying at our schools. The Constitution of South Africa, Children's Act of 2005, international and regional treaties protect children. Former President Tatu Mandela characterized our children, our responsibility to the children when he said, I quote, "The true character of society is revealed in how the country treats its children." The Convention on the Rights of the Children and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child are central to the protection of children's rights and their right to dignity. To preserve and protect the sacredness of these rights, so that we apply the principles of non-discrimination, the best interest of the child, the right to life, survival and development, and respect to the views of the child. In the context of the debate, parents, schools, and communities are responsible for protecting children from the dangers of bullying at school, have a responsibility to ensure that bullying is not tolerated as part of the educational environment. Excuse me, Chair. Parents and the community have the responsibility for educating and reinforcing the significant respect for others. State institutions as human rights imperative as part of other international responsibilities must protect children. As the ANC, we will continue to show the effective protection of the child, including the right to the education. We must ensure that the comprehensive strategy for the coordination and monitoring led by the Department of Health is resourced to enable effective protection of children. especially now that there is this human trafficking in our society. As the custodian of the Children's Act, the Department of SOCDEV has the responsibility to ensure that a right-based approach underpins the way society responds to the children. The Act is a significant instrument for the realization of the children's constitutional rights to care and protection, including protecting their dignity. The Act also protects children from maltreatment, abuse, degradation, to the promotion of the best interest of the child. We have to be a society that is proactive in protecting the rights and dignity of our children. This means that we must create more enabling environments that provide safe spaces to children to fully express themselves. This will be a learning and an unlearning process. It should be a process that educates them comprehensively about their rights and what this means: self-respect and the respect of others. We have to develop a long-term plan to grow the cyber safety culture, not only in schools, but also in home, communities, and across the nation. The reality is that our children, unlike our generation, are growing up in a society which has rapidly changes with numerous technologies developments. Children below 6 years today can use cell phones and access the internet, exposing them to various content. The flow of information in the digital world results to exposing children and the youth to various content such as violence, sexual content, educational content, and other information which can either positively or negatively impact our children. This requires cyber safety and parental guidance. Cyber safety is not only about safety, but also about educating children and the youth about the dangers of not using the platform positively. We must also educate them about the emotional and mental effects of not using the internet and the social media platform correctly. We have to be deliberate in the values that we instill in our children as they grow up. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa outlines the shared values. We should all expose them. Honorable Chairperson, I cannot stress enough the importance of emotional and mental health. It is central that we instill this importance in our children. That is why this government has ensured that through the Department of Social Development, psychosocial services are provided to those that are in need of them. Psychosocial services need to be expanded in order to enable support children and the youth from various mental health issues. In conclusion, Chairperson, children are our great treasure. They are our future. We must do everything in our ability to ensure that we protect and preserve this future by creating a culture of respect and dignity and protect these rights.
Thank you.
We pledge as ANC our support in addressing this growing problem. Thank you. Stop bullying at school. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ma'am Vanna. The next speaker is the Reverend Swart for the SCGP.
Thank you, House Chair. I deliver the speech on behalf of the Honourable Sukkers, who is having issues. Honourable Chair, the anti-bullying policies of the Department of Basic Education need to be research-led. Yet if you visit the department's online research repository, you'll find that not one piece of research into bullying is listed in the section on learner wellness. Furthermore, if you turn to the department's document titled Research Agenda 2019 to 2023 and research the term bullying, you'll find nothing, because not only does the department not have any research on bullying in its research repository, but it also doesn't plan to do any up to and including 2023. During the committee's recent oversight visit, the committee was told about a Directorate for School Safety, a safety coordinator, the National School Safety Framework, and school safety committees. The question is, how many departments and programs were going to be strengthened through this? The Portfolio Committee was also told that the bullying prevention and positive disciplining programs will be strengthened in partnership with the likes of Active Education. This sounds very impressive until you go and check out who Active Education is. Their own website states that Active Education specializes in school sports coaching. Where's the bullying aspect here? I'm sure they do excellent work in that field, but this is hardly appropriate when we have world-leading experts in the field. Minister, we need credible research and we need you to engage with real experts before more children die. We need urgent changes to be made to the BELA bill to address the issue of bullying. The current Schools Act does not contain a definition for bullying or cyberbullying. School disciplinary codes are not sufficient to address bullying, especially cyberbullying, as these codes only apply to bullying at schools, not bullying that arises at school but goes on outside school and after school hours. Bullying needs to be effectively addressed in the school environment, and therefore the South African Schools Act, and especially the approach to discipline, needs to be brought in line with the Children's Act. That act is child-centric. The Schools Act is not. The Schools Act needs to become child-centric, and the current BELA bill does not address this. Bringing the BELA bill to this House until you have fixed this will do nothing to honor the lives of the children lost to bullying. The guidelines for adopting a code of conduct for learners have not been amended in more than 20 years. So we fail to see how the programs are going to work if the codes of conduct at schools are not addressed. The department needs to get serious about bullying. Lives are at risk. Let's consult academic experts in the field, conduct research, and work with the Portfolio Committee to see how we can improve the situation. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. We proceed to the UDM and call on the Honorable Kwankwa. He's not on the, okay. If you are there, Honorable Kwankwa, just indicate, we will afford you the opportunity. We proceed to good, Honorable August.
Honorable Chairperson, new technology and software such as smartphones and TikTok have raised the profile of bullying at schools. To our disgust, we see many of our children behaving just as badly as many of us adults do. And we wring our hands and wonder what sickness has overcome them. Bullying is not a new phenomenon, nor is it a behavior that is restricted to South Africa or developing nations. Many of the worst bullying traditions in our schools were in fact inherited from our colonial masters. But what makes it particularly painful for us to observe is the level of violence that mirrors the level of violence in our homes and communities and across our society. The impacts of bullying can be devastating in the short term, as we recently saw with the tragic death of young Lefunu Mvunga in Limpopo. As parents, we are doing our schools a terrible disservice by perpetuating the cycle, by sending our children to schools armed and dangerous with toxicity and aggression that they learn in our neighborhoods and homes. Though we hear stories of rogue teachers too often for comfort, they are not generally responsible for teaching our children verbal abuse, disrespect, aggression, or violence. Members, we won't be able to fix the violence in our society without fixing society itself. We cannot strive for justice for our children when society is built on division, inequality, and injustice. When the daily lived experience for many is the violence of poverty, scraping together enough food to barely feed your family, fearful of sending a child to the shop lest she gets attacked. We need to fix social, economic, spatial, and environmental justice. When we do, when all young South Africans have equal opportunities to attain their dreams, when there is less hunger, there are more consequences for deviant behavior. The levels of crime and violence in society will come down. Honorable Chair, in the meantime, there are immediate steps we must take to mitigate the suffering of our children. Education and social development must find a way to get more social workers and counselors into our schools to support learners and their families. Parents must receive useful advice to manage the emotional, mental well-being of these children at home. We cannot sit on our hands. If we do, we are complicit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable August. May I now invite Honorable Sibisi of the NFP?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Bullying amongst learners in school has been a long outstanding issue of national importance, followed by violence in schools. What happened to Lufuno, the 15-year-old girl who was bullied and committed suicide, was the result of an issue that remained neglected by the Department of Basic Education for a long time. 5 years ago, the Department of Basic Education came before the Portfolio Committee to brief members on school safety of violence and bullying in schools through the Quality Learning and Teaching campaign. In that briefing, it reported that surveys had shown that the levels of violence in South African schools had established at around 20%. Figures show that a fifth of all learners had experienced violence at schools. So this violence and bullying should not be happening in schools, Honorable House Chair. We call on the Department of Basic Education to conduct another study on school violence and bullying. The recent case of Lufuno exposed the depth of the matter in our schools. Suicide is the ultimate consequence of being bullied at school. The department must implement effective prevention programs. Such programs must be designed with a view to empower everyone at school with skills and knowledge on how to prevent bullying from happening and how to react appropriately when bullying is witnessed or reported. To end bullying, we request that the department ake ibukisise ibheke ukuthi ikuphi okungenzeka ukuze iqinisekise ukuthi ezemidlalo zikuba khona ezikolweni njengoba kuyizona ezingenza ukuthi abantwana bethu bahlale bematasatasa kunokuba bachithe isikhathi bengenzi lutho. Siyanxusa i-department naphezulu kwezimo ezinzima ikubukisise ukuthi school sport it's being regained and it's being supported as ezikolweni. We shouldn't be debating these matters after the effect or loss of life. We must continuously engage on societal ills to stimulate solutions. Someone does not have to die before we can talk about addressing this matter. All stakeholders in the public school sector are aware about the issue to the Department of Basic Education to initiate an ongoing conversation with a campaign to end bullying in schools, because the psychological effects of being bullied is a long-term and it breeds unstable and troubled adults. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Babu Sibisi. May we call on the Honorable Patrain of the ANC?
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the African National Congress has categorized children, women, and the elderly people as a vulnerable part of our society and is committed in protecting them from all kinds of abuse. In the South African law, every child has a right to be protected from any kind of maltreatment. The South African Constitution provides for protection from maltreatment, neglect, abuse, or degradation. This is extracted from the Chapter 2 of South African Constitution, which are the Bill of Rights, and that is the supreme law of the Republic of South Africa. All these rights are contained in the Freedom Charter, and they are well represented in the South Africa codified law. South Africa has concerned incidents of violence, which create an impression that it is normal in our society to have violence, means as the first option of resolving any conflict. This may have bearing on the inherited violent society from the apartheid regime. Even institutions that are generally supposed to protect the civilian, like police, were used as an instrument to protect the interests of the ruling class, which was the white minority. Like Lenin said, that the state is a product of reconcilable class contradiction, and the state is an instrument used by the ruling class to protect their hegemony. Then the violence became the order of the day. Hence, even Fanon once said that the only language that a native understands is violence, and also that the only language that is understood by the secular is violent, and it was viewed as a necessary tool for cleansing process in the decolonial project, and that is how structural is violent in our society. Honorable Chair, the bullying that manifests in our school is as a product of having the ills we find in our society, and children would want to imitate what they see and think is correct in the community. However, it must be understood that bullying is a violation of the children's dignity and other rights. The impact of bullying on the children is severe, and we have witnessed recently a case of Lufuno Mavunga, who committed suicide after a video of being bullied by another fellow pupil went viral. That is one case of many more cases where the outcomes of bullying became detrimental on numbers of accusation. It has psychological impact on the children at later of their lives. Honorable Chair, the strategy for achieving a safe community in base of progressive relations between all different stakeholders, the police and the society. These different stakeholders include teachers, learners, and entire community to work together in creating safe environment. The strategy and statistic of ANC premise that rising quality of life also means improvement in the safety and security of citizens in their homes and environment where they live, work and undertake extramural activity and schools are included, and there is need for people to work together in creating safe schools. Honorable Chair, the drug and alcohol abuse influence in our society and many of the challenges is a cause for concern. The drugs and alcohol abuse contribute immensely in the lives of the children. The use of these different substances affect the state of mind of the children and affect their behavior in various ways. Research studies have also found that there is an increased risk of witnessing or experiencing school violence in schools situated in communities where school alcohol, drug, and weapons are easily available. Alcohol, drug, and weapons can serve to facilitate and exacerbate violence. Violence in schools is a societal problem which required all stakeholders to develop holistic approaches to create safe learning environment. Honorable Chair, like any other social problem, there is a need to have collective contribution in fighting against it, so that there is a need to intensify the community police forum and the community at large in trying to fight against bullying. There must be campaigns and roadmaps across the country in creating a safe environment for all. The ultimate aim of community outreach campaign is to achieve long-term lasting behavior changes regarding crime and crime-related matters. School safety in often obstacle to learn in 2019-2020, the school safety program was implemented at 1,250 identified schools in partnership with Department of Basic Education to prevent, manage, and respond to incidents of crime and violence in school. Schools are encouraged to establish and maintain a safe school committee. Community police forum play a vital role in school safety. The representation of the school on the CPF should be encouraged. This is important, as information regarding to issues such as drug suppliers and peddlers within the school can be shared at the CPF meeting. Community partnership lie at the heart of the new social compact that must be fostered to combat violence and crime. The Honorable President Ramaphosa has called on each and every citizen to become more active in communities, to assist the police and be their eyes and ears. We all have a responsibility to protect the children, and every country has the responsibility to protect the interests of children for their future, because the future of the country is in the hands of the children. As the ANC stated in the 54th National Conference that there must be closer working relations between social workers and the police to provide support to the victim of bullying. And that bullying is a very traumatic experience for children. And therefore, children must be supported to avoid future implication on the child. Indeed, the decision must be taken at the best interest of the child, and children must be protected from all kinds of violence and harm. Honorable Chair, in conclusion, bullying is a societal problem that required collective effort to address this challenge. The failure to treat bullying in school as serious human rights.
Unfortunately, your time has just expired. Thank you. Babu Nchaisa, xesha ngelakho.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think the schools should not be taken as badly war zones. War would rather be waged against the common enemies, that is COVID-19 and the pandemic and TBV. Bullying sometimes does not start at school, but can be traced back to our homes. That is why it is important for us as parents now to play our role regarding the raising of our children. I'm not suggesting that those that have been raised properly cannot do, but most of the time, those learners that the parents did not play the major role. Remember, a child who has been abused will always be angry, and that anger would be vented out to the target. The target would always be the unintended innocent souls. However, these bad practices and behavior cannot be condoned or justified. I'm still, Chairperson, very much disappointed when Elena in one of the schools in KZN, a girl, attacked the other one, but at the end, they were both to be expelled. How could that be that the victim would also be expelled from school? We have heard about the girl who was attacked by other girl in front of schoolmates. That girl had to take her own life. That was very bad indeed. Chairperson, the cooperation amongst the SGPs, teachers, police, social department can also assist the Department of Education in this regard. The schools, part of the school guide should also be relatively amended. Many learners have left schooling due to bullying by other learners. Basic education must be more serious about the safety of learners at school. Chairperson, the culprits must be thoroughly punished. This would serve as a deterrent to other learners. The use of drugs by the learners is also a contributory factor. Basic education must be given enough budget to deal with all these challenges because there are many. The school policies, rather safe policies, must be clear. Communities should also be involved so that they can be in a position to identify these culprits even after school hours. And this can be reported too. Let us all fight against bullying in our school. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tatu Nchaisa. Sebuledi se se latelago ke Ntate Madisha Waiko.
Honorable Chair, the debate before us today is extremely important. If bullying is allowed to continue, it will not end at schools or institutions of higher learning, but even where learners become, when learners become mothers, fathers, and or adults in any form. Today, as we speak, about 5 hours ago, there were court sittings in Vembe, Limpopo, where in one of those two cases, a 14-year-old little girl appeared Of course, her face was not shown. She was crying because of bullying and constant rapes. Tomorrow, again, a case of bullying will sit the same area. However, I must emphasize that it is not only in that area, but as we all know and understand, it is happening everywhere in the country. History has proven, empirically of course, that the majority of children who grow up being bullies do so until death. But what we need to understand is where does this bullying happen the most? It happens in villages and shacks, in townships, where poverty is high. That is where you don't have security, no respect, given a poverty, joblessness that permeate those areas of living. All these problems lead to sexual exploitation, continued taking of drugs, murders, and there are instances where parents keep quiet so that they can receive some favors and of tips, of course. What must be done? Parliament, like we are doing today, must not just only talk. We've got to ensure that there is implementation that shall ensure that there is a resolution. Teachers no longer have authority because their powers to some extent have been reduced. I truly believe that the only people who can solve this are both the department and unions, particularly if the latter are given a chance to put their proposals openly. Because at the moment, they are sidelined. Though not all, rather in not all the provinces. Also, we need to strengthen the school governing bodies. You know, there is a problem where some of the MECs just move out, show their faces, lots and lots of noise, try to shine, and speak to teachers in a very harsh way. I think this is not proper. What we need to do ourselves as Parliament is to say to the provinces, go and sit down with the unions, talk to teachers, and make sure that we are able to move forward. Chair, as I go to sit down, I want to say that this is a matter of national importance, and I plead with you to say to the leaders, please let's sit down and have this problem resolved. Galebo.
Honorable Hendricks Aljama.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the Administrator of Al Jama's Parliamentary Constituency Office in Mitchell's Plain has visited many schools to address the issue of bullying in schools at their invitation. And he found that to a large extent, the victim as well as the perpetrator of bullying are the result of a lack of student involvement in these pertinent issues. It is necessary that we should prepare our students to be involved with the issues that communities are grappling with and that this Parliament is grappling with. This should be initiated by the educators of schools and actively pursued by a representative council of learners. The students as well as the educators of Portland High School in Mitchell's Plain have firmly decided to become more proactive to address the scourge of bullying at schools. By giving the learners the opportunity to host these anti-bullying awareness events, it creates a sense of civic responsibility, not just to the school, but to the community. Portland's high school is setting the standards, and they will even have a bullying desk at the school, and teachers and the 500 learners are working together. The bullying expresses itself in what is a new normal in the age of digitalization. This bullying, which is to unfriend or block, or what they now call cancel, is for learners worse than physical bullying or humiliation or distancing. This becomes traumatic for learners who put a high price on socialization. Social distancing is compensated by the digital contact, so to be cancelled is a learner's worst nightmare. So we like to compliment Portland's High School in Mitchells Plain for setting the standard and the involvement of learners and educators to address bullying. That's the way to go. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. As I call on Umhlonishwa Umpichi from the GA.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable members, this debate today demands of us to be frank, honest, and most importantly, to move away from the usual politicization of issues that usually occurs here. We must confront the alarming rise of bullying and cyberbullying that has long persisted in schools across the country. Its impact is not only physical and psychological, it's a matter of life and death. In South Africa, countless children fall victim to bullying, harassment, and abuse at schools. A myriad of constitutional rights are infringed upon when bullying occurs, and the problem is escalating at an alarming rate. Our country is currently gripped by the scourge of gender-based violence, and one cannot try to analyze this particular violence without looking at the root causes. Research shows that the causality can be derived between bullying and gender-based violence. Gender-based violence is an establishment that thrives in an environment where there is no accountability, no justice, no service delivery, entrenched patronage, and a complete lack of will. We need constructive and evidence-based interventions that in turn can contribute to the ending of gender-based violence in South Africa. Honorable House Chair, I, like many other colleagues in this House and the rest of the country, was heartbroken to hear the disturbing events that unfolded and led to the untimely death of Lufuno Mavunga. This is a parent's worst nightmare. To the family, the fellow pupils and friends, we cannot begin to imagine this pain. The heartbreaking story of Lufuno Mavunga is one of many in this country and strongly signals that not enough is being done from a legislative and a programmatic perspective to support and protect the victims against bullies. A common assumption is that violence in schools reflects violence in the community, as schools are not isolated from the rest of society. We live in a violent society, and until we can address that, we will not make progress against bullying in schools. Until we can keep the same energy for 365 days a year towards gender-based violence and femicide, we will continue to hear these devastating stories. The inception of the Protection from Harassment Act 17 of 2011 brings widespread relief for all victims of harassment, including children. However, in the context of learner-on-learner bullying, it remains mum. For example, the Protection from Harassment Act mentions children only in connection of complainants, but fails to mention the procedure where the respondent is a child. Whilst the Child Justice Act, which sets out the requirements for establishing the criminal liability of children, is far more responsive and effective when applied in terms of the procedure instituted by the Protection from Harassment Act. The truth is, the responsibility to take up leadership on this must fall on all of us. There is no excuse that our institutions, our workplaces, our schools, public spaces remain unsafe. Classrooms and schools should not be sites of violence, trauma, and abuse. We also can't speak about the problem of bullying in schools without acknowledging that mental health remains a subject that is far removed from this discourse. We need to prioritize our awareness raising and educational campaigns. These campaigns can help to provide a deeper understanding of the types of consequences that arise from bullying, the differential impact on boys and girls associated with the risks and consequences that they face. We need awareness-raising efforts and interventions that emphasize dialogue amongst parents, school officials, community leaders, teachers, students, and health workers about the nature of bullying, about who may be at risk and how it can be prevented, addressed, and how to help children and adolescents cope with the distress that comes with bullying. We need to prevent this type of violence that is continuing in our schools. We need to do it now. As Law Water states, a school is a building with 4 walls with tomorrow inside. Honorable members, we must protect our tomorrow today. Thank you.
Thank you. We now invite the Honorable, the Deputy Minister of Basic Education, the Honorable Reverend Dr. Mohaule.
I love that one. Thank you so much, House Chair. Greetings to you. Greetings to the members of the National Assembly. Greetings to the chairperson of my portfolio committee and members of the portfolio committee and all honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonan. It's a privilege for me to be part of this debate, House Chair. And I want to take this opportunity and thank all the honorable members who participated in this debate. What I like about them, which is different, Chair, from the other debates, they did not put politics. They put the issue at hand, and that's why most of them, they are bringing recommendations and proposals as to what must be done. This really pleases the department because it tells that issues of violence and bullying are not necessarily issues of the department alone. It's all of us, we must come together. Chair, as we always say that a school is a microcosm of the society. What happens in the society is exactly what happens in the school. As South Africa, we are regarded as the angry nation. When we want water, we go and ban a school, or we stop learners from going to school. And these young ones are there, they are looking at that as to our parents, when they angry, they ban a library, they ban a school, and they emulate that, they take that to school. So it means as a society, we must come together and handle these issues of bullying and violence in our schools. Chair, we have different kinds of bullying in schools. We have verbal bullying, social bullying, physical bullying, and cyber bullying. Learners who are perceived as different by others are more likely to be bullied. These more vulnerable learners include those with LGBTQ+ youth, learners with physical learning or mental health disabilities, and learners who are targeted for differences in their race, ethnicity, or religion. Both learners who bully and learners who are bullied can suffer lasting psychological effects, including post-traumatic stress. It is vital that schools provide support to all the learners involved in bullying incidences. House Chair, it's also important to observe that bullying knows no social boundaries. Learners with special needs also experience bullying in their learning spaces. Many learners with special educational needs are already facing unique challenges in schools. When they are bullied, it can directly impact their ability to learn and grow. Research shows that bullying can negatively impact a child's access to education and lead to school avoidance and high rate of absenteeism, inability to concentrate, loss of interest in academic achievement, and increase in dropout rates. The Department of Basic Education has put mechanisms in place to ensure that the learning environment are safer and free from violence and intimidation, gender-based violence, alcohol, and drug abuse. The National School Safety Framework remains the primary strategic response to violence prevention in schools. It was developed as an all-inclusive strategy to guide the department, basic education, provincial education departments, districts, circuits, and schools. The framework aims to create a safe and a violence-free environment in support of learning and teaching for learners, for educators, principals, school governing bodies, and administrators. The department has developed an e-safety guidelines to educate learners about different types of bullying, particularly online bullying, and encourages them to remain vigilant when using an e-learning program and information communication and technology. The department is also responsible for monitoring and support 75 education districts across the country towards the implementation of the National School Safety Framework. In addition to these mechanisms, the department is also working with other sister departments to ensure that the issues of bullying are addressed at all corners. On cyberbullying, this one is the worst kind of violence perpetrated on the social media platform. Social media platforms, including Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, and YouTube, are very important for for information and being part of the world community. However, we also know about the harm they can do. Our curriculum offering through life orientation across all the phases has received a boost through the partnership with Google Online Safety Curriculum, focusing on grade 8 to 12. The Google Online provides great calibrated pathways with overarching themes for everyone to thrive in the digital space. On grade 8 is being safe online. Grade 9 is being respectful digital citizen. Grade 10 is being smart online. Grade 11 is responsible digital citizen. Grade 12 is future ready. So one other thing that perpetrates bullying and it's alcohol and substance abuse. The impact of alcohol, Chair, is being felt at school level in the country and is compromising the quality of teaching and learning and the safety of learning spaces because it leads to bullying. It is for these reasons that the department developed a national strategy for the prevention and management of alcohol and drug use amongst learners in schools. This work responds and complements the work by the Department of Social Development on their Drug Master Plan 2018 to 2022. The strategy focuses largely on prevention because most learners do not abuse alcohol and drugs. However, it is also aimed at creating an enabling environment for those learners who have become addicted to alcohol and drugs to access treatment, care, and support services. On High on Life, this is the department's strategic program developed in partnership with the African Youth Development Fund and developed a school toolkit to fight alcohol and drug abuse among learners at schools. The High on Life is to be rolled out in 3 days, training workshop for 375 district officials in the 75 districts of our 9 provinces. The program is geared towards empowering the school safety communities supported by the districts to ensure that schools are weapon, alcohol, and drug-free zones. House Chair, we have recently concluded the school governing body elections and will train and strengthen the newly elected school governing bodies and all the supporting structures, the committees that are working with the school governing bodies to ensure that they also, the SGPs, establish the school safety committees. The school safety committees are the ones that are working with the community policing forums, and the community policing forums are attached to police stations. And we are making sure that each police station is adopting a school in their area of operation. And they assign a cop to be responsible for a school because the number of schools versus the number of police stations, they don't correlate. Obviously, they assign a cop or one cop to be responsible for 2 schools. So again, we are going to train the newly elected RCLs with emphasis on the importance of school codes of conduct to maintain social cohesion and positive behavior. We're going to deploy the child and youth care workers to serve at school in hotspot areas to provide psychosocial support and relieve stress experienced by learners and ensure access to child-friendly services and support to the families through home visits. On the support for parents in understanding their roles and responsibilities regarding the management of their children's behavior and ensure they participate consistently in the learning journey and in the school activities in general. House Chair, we are also working with the QLTC. We have QLTC structures at the basic education level, at provincial level, district, and the second level, and they're also operating at school level. We are using them as a wagon to mobilize the sectors of society, including religious leaders, traditional leaders, and all the councillors, all the civil society. They are all mobilized under the umbrella of the QLTC. And this serves because we must bring all the sectors of the community in fighting this community scourge. Chair, in view of the stubbornness in disrupting the vicious cycle of violence and bullying in schools, including the prevalence of abuse of alcohol and drugs in schools, we are rolling out a program geared towards school safety, violence, and bullying prevention initiative. This program is envisaged to be rolled out annually to raise awareness and will be driven through the executive office of the minister and championed by the deputy minister and 7 other deputy ministers, as I indicated earlier on, as the office responsible within the broader strategy of care and support for teaching and learning. This program will assume a multidiscipline and intergovernmental collaboration strategy in order to achieve maximum impact. The following government departments partner with DBE: Communication and Digital Technologies, Justice and Correctional Services, Health, Social Development, South African Police Services, Home Affairs, and Sports, Arts and Culture. Together with our social partners who are part of this initiative, we are indeed eternally grateful that our intergovernmental relations framework is bearing fruits. The program will be delivered through the district service delivery model, one plan, one budget. Honorable members, a recent bullying incident, which all the members spoke about, that involved a learner at one of our best performing school in Limpopo, Mbilu Secondary School in Venda, is still fresh in our minds. The bullying incidents involved grade 10 learner led to an unfortunate suicide of our learner. May her soul rest in perfect peace. The departments responded appropriately to stamp out the possibility of this incident triggering undesirable reactions from the communities affected. The department, working together with the Limpopo Provincial Education Department and the district management team, arranged for psychologists to support the school by offering preliminary counseling to learners. Sister departments such as SAPS and the Department of Social Development have provided immense support to the school communities in dealing with the after effects of this incident. Members will also note that the South African Human Rights Commission has recently held hearing with the Limpopo Department of Education, and we are waiting for their report and recommendations to further enrich our responses. The department will be launching a nationwide roadshow, a drive to stamp out bullying and substance abuse in all our schools in Orange Farm, Johannesburg, South Africa. As the sector, we are serious about demonstrating to the country and the world that bullying and cyberbullying, including drug and substance abuse, will not be tolerated in our schools and the communities in general. Our key message to the learners in all our schools is that we discourage an attitude of learners becoming bystanders and cheer leaders when other learners are bullied, when drugs are peddled in our schools and communities. We are empowering learners with tools to de-escalate the hostile environment and generated by bullying incidences. We rally learners to adopt a common response throughout the campaign's common message. Stop the bully, walk away from the bully, talk to someone you trust about your experience of bullying. National strategic planning on gender-based violence and femicide is taken seriously by the President of the Republic of South Africa, who declared gender-based violence and femicide as a second pandemic. And if this pandemic is happening at homes, these young ones will learn from home and take it to school. In response to the scourge of gender-based violence, and the ANC-led government promulgated the first ever national strategic plan aimed at addressing gender-based violence and femicide. The NSP charges the various sectors of society to take deliberate steps in the realization of the different pillars. The basic education sector is entrusted with leading the prevention pillar, which includes raising awareness about gender-based violence, as well as the best ways to access adolescent-friendly services for post-violence care. The main thrust for gender-based violence prevention in schools is specifically focusing on school-related gender-based violence as a form of bullying on its own. Curriculum remains the strongest touch point available for the basic education sector to drive gender-based violence and femicide prevention agenda. Within the curriculum, the GBVF is addressed through the provision of comprehensive sexuality education, coupled with access to sexual and reproductive health services. Access to the services is implemented in secondary schools, which include prevention of alcohol and drug abuse and learner pregnancy, now also COVID-19, as risk factors to gender-based violence and femicide. in primary school activities mainly focus on raising awareness of social justice and vulnerability, such as reporting of abuse and support for gender-based violence. The comprehensive sexuality education chair lessons are delivered through a total of 80 lessons, implying 80 hours in the life skill and life orientation subject throughout the schooling life from grade 4 to grade 12. Of the 80 lessons, 29 of these specifically address gender-based violence and femicide. Honorable members, in primary schools with younger learners, it starts with addressing bullying, safety and body protection, protecting personal space, prevention of rape, reporting of sexual abuse and sexual harm, with a view of empowering the potential victim. Gradually, as the learners progress to higher grades, the topics in the intermediate phase begin to introduce issues of bullying, sexual abuse, sexual grooming, and skills for bullies to change. This is coupled with identification and service linkage to learners at risk. In the senior phase, the lessons begin to introduce the construction of gender consent, power and control in relationships, as well as assertive communication. In the further education and training phase, the lessons address in depth and issues of gender construction, consent, power and control in relationships, as well as assertiveness communication. These messages communicate both the potential victim and perpetrator with a view of challenging their attitude. House Chair, I want to thank you very much for this opportunity.
Re leboga Mokudi Mohlomphegi le diboledi tsohle, re le kwele. That concludes the debates, honorable members. As I invite my colleague, Honorable Soma, to take over the chair, I will ask the secretary to read second order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on draft regulations made in terms of Section 23, subsection 1 of Legal Aid South Africa Act number 39 of 2014.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair Boroto. I will now call upon the Honorable Makwanisha to introduce the report from the virtual platform.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. A report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services dated 14 May 2021 on draft amended regulations made in terms of Section 23, subsection 1 of the Legal Aid South Africa Act of 2014. The Legal Aid South Africa Act of 2014 provides that the Minister must make regulations after receiving recommendations from the Board of the Legal Aid Board South Africa. Also, any regulations made must be tabled in Parliament by the Minister for approval before publication. The Minister tabled draft amended regulations on the 27th of January 2021, and the matter was referred to the committee on the 1st of February 2021. On the 12th of May 2021, the committee was briefed on the amendments, noting that the proposed amendments do not result in any significant policy changes. Technical corrections will align policy to the actual position. Legal Aid's limited resources for its civil work will be directed to the most vulnerable. Duplication of services between the Commission for Conciliation, Mediation and Arbitration and Legal Aid South Africa will be eliminated. The means test will keep pace with inflation without requiring annual revisions to the regulations. The Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services, having considered the draft amended regulations in terms of Section 23, subsection 1 of the Legal Aid South Africa Act of 2014, recommends that the National Assembly approves them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Makwanisha. I will now call upon any member from political party who wishes to make a declaration. The usual times for allocation for declaration applies. Honorable from the DA.
Thank you, House Chair.
The involvement of the regulations applicable to Legal Aid South Africa makes for an interesting case study on the real impact of the ever-shrinking budgets that is appropriated to public entities and their ability to exercise their duties. Institutions like Legal Aid South Africa was set up initially to give effect to the basic right every accused person before a criminal court has to be tried in a fair manner, which is accepted to include the right to legal representation. However, as our sense of morality, justice, and social justice evolved, it has also been accepted that the poor and the vulnerable should be entitled to state-sponsored legal representation in respect of other matters. Therefore, in an ideal world, Legal Aid South Africa would be obligated to assist the poor and the vulnerable in respect of all matters that involve the legal system. In this regard, Legal Aid South Africa has done well over the last years. It's a model of good governance, and the massive caseload of its practitioners, if that is taken into account, the quality of services it renders is still of a very high standard. Therefore, it is worrying to see that although the amendments to the regulations issued in terms of the Legal Aid Act, and which we are dealing with here today, are labeled as no real policy change, it is also admitted that these amendments will align the policy with what is called the actual position in light of decreasing resources. These amendments, Chair, all deal with matters in respect of which Legal Aid South Africa will not be able to fully assist the poor and the vulnerable. Bread and butter matters like divorce action and labor matters are some of the themes in respect of which these carefully crafted regulations have the effect of limiting the availability of Legal Aid South Africa to assist. We are as a country not in a good space, and these amendments will hamstring the ability of Legal Aid South Africa to soften the blows that the poor and the vulnerable is dealt with on a daily basis. We therefore reluctantly support these amendments in order not to put undue pressures on Legal Aid South Africa and not because we agree with them in principle. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize Honorable Member from EFF.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the most important thing that the Minister of Justice and the Legal Aid Board keep on evading is the question of access to justice by the majority of South Africans, and the failure of the Legal Aid Board to carry out its mandate in providing legal services to the poor and the marginalized. The draft regulations we are required to approve today fall far short of realizing this goal of universal access to quality legal services. We do welcome the inclusion in the regulations of the need to prioritize civil matters, particularly those involving the eviction of our people from their homes. We know firsthand that people arrested from coordinated eviction campaigns by the state hardly get any representation in court. However, these regulations do not deal with the main issue we had, even with the 2017 regulations, and that relates to the means test of eligibility for legal aid in this country. In these regulations, the amount of what people must earn in order to qualify for legal aid will increase every year based on consumer price index percentages. That is not enough. An individual earning a little more than 7,400 per month cannot afford lawyers, even those earning up to 15,000 per month for that matter. What we need to move towards is universal access to legal representation, which is not mediated by how much a person earns, but by the right embedded in the Constitution for legal representation. The legal aid must therefore move towards a more reasonable test before rejecting applications willy-nilly on the basis of a faulty means test. You could, for example, conduct a lifestyle and debit audit for all applicants for legal aid, which may in fact tell you that a person earning 40,000 a month cannot afford legal aid. This does not remove this person from the right of legal representation. Must provide assistance to everyone who cannot pay their own lawyers. The last aspect which must be addressed, which is perhaps outside of the regulations, is the quality of services offered by legal aid. This must be dramatically improved, and therefore the EFF rejects this report.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize Honorable Member from ACDP.
What about IFP, Chairperson? Sorry.
Oh, my apology. ACDP, my apology. Can we just take the IFP? I'm waiting for the IFP.
Oh, I'm sorry, Honorable Chairperson. It seems that Honorable Simang hasn't connected, but can I take it on his behalf?
Please do.
The IFP wishes to recognize the important work done by Legal Aid South Africa for the overwhelmingly large contingent of the South African population that cannot afford private legal representation. The IFP also acknowledges that this work continues to be done in a thankless and exhausting environment with limited and ever-decreasing funding. Legal Aid South Africa deals with a broad spectrum of both civil and criminal matters, including delicate family law and the scourge of our nation, gender-based violence. It is important to ensure that South Africans know that they can approach legal aid for assistance, whatever the circumstances. Chairperson, the regulations with which we are concerned are important as they address the right to access to our courts and equal justice, particularly for the most vulnerable in our communities. The streamlining of the means test that stipulates the threshold for seeking and gaining legal aid will keep pace with inflation without requiring annual revisions to the regulations. This is a welcome note that takes into account the fluctuating dynamics of the economy. The information of the means test will also ensure that South Africans know what assistance they can seek from Legal Aid South Africa and which matters will be subsidized by the state. The IFP welcomes the demarcation between services that can be provided by Legal Aid South Africa and the Commission for Conciliation, Mediation and Arbitration. The chance of duplication of services is a misuse of already strained funds and a disservice to those South Africans who would be turned away by the overburdening of either agency. The IFP supports the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize the member ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ACDP supports this report, and we'd firstly like to commend Legal Aid South Africa for their exemplary model of governance and the exemplary service delivery over many years. And I recall some 20 years ago when Legal Aid was in a shocking state, and over the years it has been improved dramatically and now serves as a standard of excellence. However, Chairperson, whilst we support this report, the impact of the report and the amendment to the rules will result in additional work for Legal Aid South Africa. Now, as we pointed out last week during the budget vote on the department, clearly Legal Aid South Africa, with the reduction in the budget, in their budget, they have said they will not be able to perform their existing work. And this is a great concern to us. Chairperson, we believe from the ACDP's perspective that, as indicated by Legal Aid South Africa, they not only will have to do additional work in terms of these rules, but when the land court is also introduced, they'll be expected to do additional work there. And therefore, we implore the fact of additional resources for Legal Aid South Africa, given the fact that they've already indicated they can't meet their present requirements, such as attending on court processes. And this is resulting in backlogs. It is also resulting in civil and criminal matters being postponed and an increase in the backlogs, with awaiting trial detainees waiting to have their cases heard. So, Chairperson, the ACDP will support this report, but with the reservation that it must be accompanied by a sufficient budget. I thank you.
Honorable Lesoma Renas League, my colleague, you have skipped the FF plus. Can you allow them?
Yes, if they may come in. My apology, EFF plus. I think I've just written the wrong notes. My apology about that. EFF plus, FF plus.
Madam Chairperson, there's no declaration from a Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you very much. That will bring us then, honorable members, to the next political party. That will be UTM.
Correct.
UTM now is according to, if there is no speaker, we will move honorable members to recognize honorable member ATM. ATM. We shall proceed, honorable members, to good.
Honorable Chair, no declaration from Good.
Thank you very much. Now we'll proceed to Honorable Member NFP.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support the report tabled here today. Honorable Chairperson, you cannot expect an entity like Legal Aid South Africa, which is inundated with applications to provide legal assistance and representation, having a problem in terms of limited resources. Now, whilst I say that, Honorable Chairperson, the National Freedom Party wants to express its concern at legal aid that is provided in this country, particularly to murderers and rapists, at the expense of taxpayers whose very rights they violate. Now, we will support any attempt to provide additional services to those particularly in civil matters, and I think particularly in the case of evictions and things, and we know that we have a serious problem, particularly with unlawful evictions by municipalities, by private property owners that are evicting our people in the country. Now, the National Freedom Party's concern there is that at times, the service that is provided by legal aid appears to be substandard. And we call on legal aid to up their quality of service that they provide, particularly to those seeking their assistance. And we want to urge Treasury to provide legal aid with the adequate resources so that they could provide a professional and satisfactory service to those applying for legal aid in South Africa. The National Freedom Party will support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now we'll recognize Honorable from the AIC. Honorable members, we shall proceed and recognize member from COPE. We shall proceed and recognize member from PAC.
No declaration from PAC.
Thank you very much. Now we'll recognize member Al-Jama.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, we know that South Africa has been declared as one of the most unequal societies in the world. Now, this inequality should not extend to our legal platforms. We have a High Court, we have a Supreme Court of Appeal, we have a Constitutional Court, and ordinary South Africans cannot make use of these courts because of the high cost of addressing these courts. So these courts are not serving the people of South Africa, and maybe a call must be made, just like we have national health insurance, to have national legal insurance, so that we can reduce the inequality. You cannot have courts that don't serve the majority of people and the poor people. It is a travesty of justice. However, the legal aid is a good start. It's a lifeline, and Al-Jama supports the report. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now we shall recognize the member from the ANC.
Honorable, can I be spotlighted, please, Honorable Chair?
May we assist the member to be spotlighted? You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The ANC rises in support of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on the draft regulations made in terms of Section 23(1) of the Legal Aid South Africa Act 2014. The concept of access to justice denotes the situation where state legal systems are organized to ensure that every person is able to invoke the legal processes for legal redress irrespective of social or economic capacity, and that every person should receive a just and fair treatment within the legal system. Access to justice is intertwined with access to legal representation. Legal Aid South Africa derives its mandate from Section 35 of the Constitution. In terms of this section, every person who is arrested, detained, or accused has a right to a fair trial, which includes the right to have a legal practitioner assigned by the state and at state expense. Legal Aid South Africa provides legal representation to persons, particularly the indigent. Section 23(1) of the Legal Aid Act provides that the minister must make regulations after receipt of recommendations of the from the Board of the Legal Aid South Africa. The board, consequent to a resolution dated 8 July 2020, recommended to the minister in terms of Section 23(1) of the Act specific amendments to the regulations. In terms of Section 23(2) of the Act, any regulations made must, before publication in the Government Gazette, be tabled in Parliament by the Minister for approval. As a committee, we are aware that the proposed amendments to the regulations do not result in any significant policy change, and that the technical corrections will align the policy to the actual position. Regulation 13 confirms that legal aid is available to persons aged 60 and above in maintenance, domestic violence, and harassment cases, even where the other party is not legally represented. Regulation 15 confirms that legal aid resources will be focused on divorce matters where clients are vulnerable or will suffer substantial injustice. The proposed substitution of Regulation 15(2)(c) will bring clarity and address any misinterpretation regarding the merits of a client's divorce claim, as opposed to whether a divorce order will be granted. The substitution of Regulation 31(1) with the new provision seeks to remove the reference to criminal matter and thereby include civil matters as matters for which partially subsidized legal aid can be granted. The insertion of sub-regulation 2D is a consequential amendment to include civil matters that meet the Regulation 9(1) criteria in the scheme of subsidized legal aid. The means test will keep pace with inflation without requiring annual revision to the regulations. Let justice be done. In the spirit of justice, the ANC supports this report. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any objections to the approval of the draft regulations made in terms of Section 23(1) of Legal Aid South Africa Act as it appears on the order paper?
Yes, Chairperson, if you can note the objection.
I will now put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no.
No.
The aye.
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 Those against. Those against.
No.
Thank you, honorable members. I think the ayes have it.
How do you know?
If parties want to make an objection, I will record them. I will see by indication.
Okay.
Honorable Kalipi, do you want to say something without shouting?
Chairperson.
We object.
Honorable EFF. Okay, we'll note the objection from the EFF. No other objections. The draft regulations made in terms of Section 23(1) of Legal Aid of South Africa Act, as it appears in the order paper, is agreed to. Now we'll go for the order paper, third order. The secretary will read the third order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on draft notice determining remuneration of the Public Protector, Deputy Public Protector, and Commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission with effect from 1 April 2020.
I will now call upon the Honorable Makwanisha to introduce the report from the virtual platform. Honorable Makwanisha.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. The report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on the draft notice determining the remuneration of the Public Protector, Deputy Public Protector, and Commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission with effect from the 1st of April 2020. The Public Protector Act of 1994 as amended provides that the Public Protector and the Deputy Public Protector are entitled to such salary, allowances, and benefits as determined by the President from time to time by notice in the Gazette, after taking into account the recommendations of the Independent Commission for Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. The South African Human Rights Commission Act of 2013, as amended, provides similarly with respect to the salary, allowance, and benefits of the Commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission. Both acts require that the President submit the draft notices containing the proposed determination to the National Assembly for approval, whether whole or in part, or disapproval before publication in the Gazette. The President wrote to the Speaker on the 16th April 2021 with a request that the National Assembly consider the draft notices concerning the salaries, allowances, and benefits payable to the office bearers of the independent constitutional institutions with the effect from the 1st of April 2020. The draft notices concerning the salaries, allowances, and benefits payable to the Public Protector, Deputy Public Protector, and Commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission in particular were referred to the committee on the 22nd of April 2021. After considering the serious economic situation and the Independence Commission recommendation of zero salary increase for all public office bearers, the President proposed to determine a zero salary increment for all public office bearers, including the independent constitutional institution with effect from the 1st of April 2020. The committee is of the view that the proposed commencement date of the 1st of April 2020 does not comply with Section 2 capital B and Section 2 capital A of the Public Protector Act of 1994 and Section 9 subsection 4 of the South African Human Rights Commission Act of 2013. The committee therefore recommends that the National Assembly approve the notices determining the remuneration of the Public Protector, Deputy Public Protector, and Commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission with the condition that the President amends the commencement date before publication of the notices in the Gazette to bring the effective date in line with the relevant legislative provision. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable members, as my colleague, the Honourable Hill Lewis, said in his budget speech on the Treasury, amongst all the daily noise in South Africa, we have to keep focused on what really matters. The country is facing serious fiscal constraints, among a host of others. This is not the time for grandiose gestures, petulant demands, and a selfish, navel-gazing approach to the massive wage bill. While ordinary citizens are struggling to survive, with unemployment at unprecedented levels and still rising, now is not the time for those of us fortunate enough to be gainfully employed to demand unrealistic increases at the expense of our fellow citizens. As a result of the COVID pandemic, the situation of the vast majority of South Africans has worsened. We have all become poorer. The President has, correctly in our view, decided on a 0% remuneration increase for the Public Protector, the Deputy Public Protector, and the Commissioners of the Human Rights Commission. Of course, this will bring about unhappiness, it may cause hardship and a tightening of the belt. but in the current economic climate, it would be reckless to consider any other approach. Nonetheless, none of this would have been necessary if the economy had been steered responsibly for the past decade, and if cadre deployment had not decimated our economy. The blame for this must lie squarely at the door of the ANC. The Democratic Alliance supports the recommendation and the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize EFF member, Honorable Member EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, we have been consistent over the past few years about the need to close the wage gap between the lowest paid and the highest paid South Africans. We've also stated clearly that the highest paid South Africans are paid taxes, not so much because they deserve those salaries, but because of the colonial and apartheid stratification of South African workforce, which creates artificial classes of people. We need to raise wages of those earning far less and curtail the growth of salaries of your top end earners. To government officials, including heads of Chapter 9 institutions, judges and others are getting paid incredibly higher wages compared to the rest of South Africans. We have one of the most unequal societies in the whole world. This inequality is sharpened by an abnormally large gap in salaries in the public service. We note, therefore, the recommendations of a 0% increase on the salaries of the Public Protector, the Deputy Public Protector, and the Commissioner of the HSRC for this financial year. We welcome this move, even though it makes no sense to us why it had to take a dent to the state's financial strength for everyone to realize that salaries of all top state officials must be strictly regulated. This must form part of a comprehensive plan to deal with the gap in salaries, not just a stopgap measure, because the state purportedly does not have money now. So therefore, the EFF supports and welcomes this report.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize member from the IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The IFP supports the report on Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on the draft notice determining the remuneration of Public Protector, the Deputy Public Protector, and the Commission of the South African Human Rights. From the outset, we need to emphasize the importance of the Public Protector and the South African Human Rights Commission in playing critical roles as constitutional watchdogs in investigating corruption and the abuse of human rights, respectively. We therefore need to ensure that the independence and impartiality of these institutions are fiercely protected. The response to the COVID-19 pandemic has created many loopholes in procurement processes and has created ample opportunity for the abuse of fundamental human rights. We therefore must ensure that institutions have the support to fulfill their constitutional mandate. However, the grim reality is that we had to consider these draft notices against our economic circumstances, although we support the President's proposal of a 0% salary increment for office bearers of independent constitutional institutions. We strongly urge support for these institutions. Honorable members, these institutions are only accountable to the National Assembly. We are in the position to hear their grievances, engage with their activities, and ensure they are supported. We have to ensure their constitutional mandates these institutions are not compromised. The IFP supports the report. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize the member from FF Plus.
Chairperson, no declaration from Freedom Front.
Thank you very much. Now I recognize member ACTP member.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP rises in support of this report, which determines a no salary increase for the Public Protector, Deputy Public Protector, and Commissioners of the SA Human Rights Commission. It is very important for us to bear in mind the fiscal constraints which have led to the Independent Commission recommending no compensation increases, as well as the President's recommendation in this regard. Now, it is very important for us to note that in general, in South Africa, many people lost jobs, and those that were able to retain jobs, in fact, received a reduced salary. Chair, I'm being interrupted. And so it is incumbent upon office bearers, incumbent upon members of parliament as well to follow the example and not receive any salary increases. That having been said, I would like to thank the Human Rights Commission, the Public Protector's officers for the work that they do, and in particular, the Human Rights Commission, given the vulnerable situation with human rights when it came to the lockdown. And in fact, in April last year, the United Nations Human Rights Committee criticized South Africa for excessive force being used in hard lockdowns. And I would urge the Human Rights Commission to keep monitoring this aspect, notwithstanding the fact that they have a reduced budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize UDM member, Honorable Member from the UDM. UDM. Honorable members, we shall proceed to recognize Honorable Member of ATM. We shall proceed and recognize Honorable Member from Good.
Chairperson, no declarations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we recognize Honorable Member from NFP.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party supports the report and the recommendations tabled here. Chairperson, the Office of the Public Protector and, of course, the South African Human Rights Commission have a very critical role to play in society today. But taking that into consideration and the fact that South Africa is heading towards 5 trillion rand debt, and many more people in South Africa have lost their jobs, the homeless have increased, the level of inequality has increased in South Africa currently, given what has happened in terms of COVID-19. We think it is only appropriate that all salary increases must be suspended until, of course, there's an improvement in the economic situation in South Africa. So the National Freedom Party supports the recommendation for a 0% increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now we recognize Honorable Member from AIC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. As I've already debated, Congress do support this report. So I don't have anything to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we recognize Honorable Member from COPE. We shall proceed, honorable members, and recognize member from PAC. We shall proceed and recognize member from Al Jamaa, Honorable Hendricks. We shall proceed and recognize honorable member from the ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC rises in support of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on the draft notices determining the remuneration of the Public Protector, Deputy Public Protector, and Commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission. As the country continuing celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Constitution, it is important for us to reflect on the journey traversed and remind ourselves of where it all began. In a document titled Building a United Nation, ANC policy proposal for the final Constitution, the ANC proposed that the Constitution shall, as far as possible, empower. The Constitution shall, as far as possible, empower the poor and the vulnerable to enforce their rights, and shall inter alia create Human Rights Commission and a public protector to perform this function. Prior to that, Chairperson, in 1992, the ANC had said in its document, Ready to Govern, that the ANC proposes that a full-time independent office of the Ombudsman should be created with wide powers to investigate complaints against members of the public service and other holders of public office, and to investigate.
Honorable member, unmute yourself.
Chairperson.
Now I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, apology. The Ombudsman shall have powers to provide adequate remedies. He shall be appointed by and answerable to Parliament. Fast forward to today, we have in our internationally acclaimed constitution, among others, two critical state institutions. The South African Human Rights Commission is a state institution established in terms of Chapter 9 of the Constitution of South Africa to support constitutional democracy, and is mandated in terms of Section 184, subsection 1A up to C of the Constitution to promote, respect, monitor, and assess the observance of human rights in South Africa. The Public Protector is an independent institution established in terms of Section 181 of the Constitution, with a mandate to support and strengthen constitutional democracy as a supreme administration oversight body. The Public Protector has the power to investigate, report on, and remedy improper conduct in all state affairs. The Public Protector must be accessible to all persons and communities. Anyone can complain to the Public Protector. The work of both these critical Chapter 9 institutions does not go unnoticed. Moreover, these institutions are necessary for a young democracy like ours. The President Cyril Ramaphosa, requested the National Assembly to consider the draft notices determining the remuneration payable to office bearers of independent institutions with effect from the 1st April 2020. The matter was referred to the Portfolio Committee for it to consider and report on the President's proposed determination of the remuneration payable to the Public Protector, Deputy Public Protector, and the Commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission, having taken into account of the country's fiscal position, Chairperson, not what the DA is saying now, that the blame must be upon ANC. The state wage bill, the impact of an increment for public office bearers on the fiscus and the general state of the economy, which has been negatively affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and affordability, among others. The Independent Commission recommended a 0% increase for all public office bearers, including office bearers of the independent constitutional institutions with effect from 1st April 2020. The committee recommends that the National Assembly resolve to approve the notices determining the remuneration of the Public Protector, Deputy Public Protector, and the Commissioners of the South African Human Rights, with the conditions that the President amends the commencement dates before publication of the notices in the Gazette to bring the effect date in line with the relevant legislative provisions, namely Section 2B and Section 2A, 5B of the Public Protector Act 1994. In the instance of the Public Protector and Deputy Public Protector, and Section 9, subsection 4 of the South African Human Rights Commission Act of 2013, in the case of the Commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission. The ANC chairperson supports this report.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any objections to the approval of the draft notice determining the rate at which salaries and allowances are payable to the magistrate annually? I'll now put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. Those in favor of the
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Those against?
There are no objections, Honorable Chairperson.
None. Thank you very much. No objections, agreed to. The Secretary will read the fifth order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on draft notice meaning from 1 April 2020, at which salaries and allowances are payable to magistrates annually.
I will now call upon the Honorable Makwanisha to introduce the report from the virtual platform. Honorable Makwanisha.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. Report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on the draft notice determining the remuneration for the magistrates with effect from the 1st of April 2020. In terms of the Magistrate Act of 1993, magistrates are entitled to an annual salary and such allowances or benefits as determined by the President from time to time, after taking into account the recommendations of the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. On the 13th of April 2021, the draft notice containing the President's determination was submitted to Parliament for approval before publication and was referred to the Committee for consideration and report. On the 12th of May 2021, the committee was briefed on the draft notice as follows. Having taken into account the country's fiscal position, the state wage bill, and the impact of an increment for public office bearers on the fiscus, and the general state of the economy, which has been negatively affected by COVID-19 pandemic, and affordability amongst others, the Independent Commission recommended a 0% increase for all public office bearers for 2020-2021. Having considered the serious economic situation of the country and the Independent Commission's recommendation, the President has proposed to determine a 0% salary increment for the magistrates. Having considered the request for approval of the draft notice determining the rate with effect from the 1st of April 2020, at which salaries and allowances are payable to the magistrates annually, the committee recommends that in terms of Section 12, subsection 3 of the Magistrate Act of 1993, the House approves the draft notice. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I will now recognize political parties wishing to make declarations. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. Honorable Member from the DA.
Thank you, Chair. There is a general acceptance that in order to ensure the independence of the judiciary, the tenure and adequate remuneration of members of the judiciary may not be threatened by the executive or the legislative arm of the state. Our Constitution, in fact, determines explicitly that the salaries, allowance, and benefits of judges may not be reduced. While a similar provision is not in place in respect of the magistracy, the principle should remain the same. Now, Chair, last year, junior magistrates received an increase of just more than 4%, while senior magistrates received an increase of about 2%. This year, although the determination comes into effect retrospectively from the 1st of April last year, there is no increase. In the discussion on arrangements similar to our constitutional arrangement that the salary of members of the judiciary may not be reduced, it has been held in jurisdictions like Canada that a 0% increase in a country faced by any form of inflation could in fact be deemed a reduction of salaries. Chair, our sympathy therefore lies with the members of the magistracy who will know that the real inflation their households have experienced over the last 2 years in respect of medical costs, food and utilities like water and electricity has been much higher than the official inflation rates, which determined their increases as long ago as 3 years and 4 years ago. Having said that, the same courts in Canada, in dealing with a similar issue, found that as a general principle, government may reduce the salaries of lower court judges as part of an overall economic measure for as long as the judiciary is not treated worse than others receiving their salaries from the public purse. Therefore, while it's to be noted that the judiciary and the way it has exercised its functions in democratic South Africa has not contributed in any way or form to the economic woes of this country, we accept that it would be unavoidable in the current circumstances for the magistracy to escape the 0% increase faced by all public office bearers of this country this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize the member from EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, magistrates have the heaviest workload in terms of the number of cases they have to hear on a daily basis, and the critical importance of these cases to the vast majority of our people. It is also at this level of the lower courts that most injustices are done, where those with money are able to buy their way out of accounting for their sins. For this reason, we have called for the regularization of the appointment of magistrates, and that this must be done in almost the same way as the appointment of judges is done, and that the conditions of employment must also mirror that of the judges. The issue of salaries of magistrates, therefore, is a secondary issue to us. What is most important is to get the tenure of magistrates regulated properly as well. We do, however, support the decision to curb the rise of salaries at the top end of the public service. And to this end, we support the recommendations contained in the report. These recommendations, however, must be part of an overarching plan to restructure the salaries in the civic service, in order to ensure that all those working in the public sector are able to take care of their families. The cleaners, the administrative clerks, the messengers, and all those who are paid peanuts must have their salaries increased in the public service. So therefore, we accept this report.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now we recognize the Honorable Member from IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The IFP supports the Portfolio Committee's report on the draft notice regarding salaries and allowances payable to magistrates annually with effect from 1 April 2020. The IFP wishes to take the opportunity to emphasize the great need to strengthen access to justice in our country. This constitutional right highly depends on the capacity and capability of our judicial system to serve the people of South Africa. The Minister of Justice and Correctional Services has recently held that the South African Law Reform Commission has been tasked with reviewing the criminal and civil justice system, and that the department will commence with the second phase of the rationalization of the project concerning areas of jurisdiction of divisions of the High Court and Magistrates Court. The IFP will closely monitor progress regarding this project and recommendations made by the Law Reform Commission. Having said that, and in supporting this report, Honorable Chairperson, I think we've got to be mindful of the fact that the salaries must not distract legal people from joining either the prosecutorial or the magisterial divisions. We cannot have good people not wanting to become prosecutors or magistrates because of the salaries, the low salaries that they sometimes receive. And also, Honorable Chairperson, I think it is common cause, and we've had cases of magistrates being dismissed for taking bribes, and we must not allow that temptation to prevail within the magistracy. The government's constitutional mandate of ensuring access to justice must reach those most vulnerable in our society, and we therefore cannot fail our constitutional project of delivering access to justice to our people. We support the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now recognize FF+.
Chairperson, there's no declaration from Freedom Front Plus side.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now we recognize Honorable Member from ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the ACDP reluctantly supports this report given the financial situation facing our nation The report, as previous speakers have indicated, recommends a nil salary increase for members of the magistracy. Now, we need to remember that magistrates are at the coalface of the delivery of justice to many people, both from a criminal and a civil perspective. And I recall a few years ago when magistrates threatened to strike, given the low salary increases that they were then receiving. So I think it's incumbent upon us to extend our gratitude to members of the judiciary, members of the magistracy, for the work that they have done under very difficult circumstances, particularly during the lockdown period. From our perspective, from the ACDP side, we are cognizant of the increase in backlog, as I referred to previously, which places a huge and enormous weight and pressure upon the magistrates' courts. But we also look forward to what the minister indicated previously was virtual sit-ins at the magisterial level. And of course, there would have to be rule amendments in this regard. But it is very important that we need to ensure access to justice at that level, and understanding the fiscal situation facing our country to ensure that going forward, our magistrates are properly paid to ensure that we attract the best possible candidates. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now we'll recognize Honourable Member from the UTM. We shall proceed, Honourable Members. I recognize ATM now. ATM. We shall proceed, Honourable Members. I recognize Honourable Member from Good.
Thank you, Chair. No declarations.
Thank you very much. Now we'll recognize Member from NFP. NFP.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party supports the report and the recommendations tabled here today. Chairperson, whilst we will acknowledge that the judiciary, the financial situation we find ourselves in the country, the National Freedom Party is of concern when we hear reports saying that it may compromise the conduct and open to corruption, if we do not provide the increases that I think the judiciary or members of the judiciary are entitled to. Now, we think that there is no such excuse and does not justify the conduct of members of the judiciary, because it should not be based on an increase or whether they don't get an increase or what they do get paid. We also want to re-emphasize, Chairperson, that when there is no increase, in fact, what it is, it's a reduction. If you take into consideration inflation and things, so it really means that a person that have moved one step forward financially will now be moving 5 steps backwards. And that's really the problem that we have. However, given the financial situation in the country currently, which I think has been brought up to a very large extent as a result of COVID-19, I think it is only appropriate that we should suspend them. But we want to also alarm, Chairperson, to the fact that we cannot continue not giving increases to members of the judiciary and other public servants, because they also have responsibilities. Inflation is quite high currently. And I think we need to consider that. The National Freedom Party will support the report tabled here. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now I recognize Honourable Member of the AIC. AIC. We shall proceed, Honourable Members. I recognize Honourable Member from COPE. COPE.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we need to see people get enough salaries. But then I must say that the workers in the public service as a whole are suffering at this stage. They've gone to negotiations, they're not going to get anything. It has been a major problem, and that needs to be considered. And if we were to say that this particular section gets more, albeit they have all the kind of resources already, better accommodation, better cars, and all this, whereas on the other side, other people are not going to be getting anything. It's a major problem. I think that needs to be truly looked into. I'm therefore saying that, honorable members, we need to start there and say the ordinary people, the ordinary workers in the public service have got to be considered so that we then can be able to go on. Those we have, let them have. And where the public sector workers are, what they have has been reduced as a result of the inflation, as a result of a lot of other things. And therefore, they too have got to be considered. Now, this section that we're talking about, let's have a freeze for some time and look at the ordinary ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now I recognize the member from PAC. PAC. We shall proceed, honourable members, and I will recognize honourable member from Al Jama, Honourable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, we know that the morale is very low, especially amongst magistrates. It has been festering for quite a few years. And I think the least that should have been done is not to penalize them as far as their retirement benefits are concerned. That's why it's very difficult for Al Jama to support this report. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now I recognize member from the ANC. ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The African National Congress rises in support of the draft notice determining the rate at which salaries and allowances are payable to magistrates annually. In a landmark judgment penned down by the late Justice Arthur Charles Kassin in S versus Makwanyane, the court remarked, public opinion may have some relevance to the inquiry, but in itself, it is no substitute for the duty vested in the courts to interpret the Constitution and to uphold its provisions without fear or favor. If public opinion were to decisively, there would be no need for constitutional adjudication. The importance of the role of our courts cannot be overstated. Lower as well as superior courts are critical for the realization of rights contained in Section 35 and Section 34 of the Constitution. Magistrates therefore play a critical role in the dispensation of justice. In a letter dated 13 April 2021, the President of the Republic of South Africa indicated that he had received salary recommendations on magistrates and other public office bearers from the Independent Commission on the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. The Remuneration Commission, after considering factors such as the fiscal condition of the country, the wage bill, the impact of the salary increment of the public office bearers on the fiscals, and the general status of the country, which has been negatively impacted by COVID-19 pandemic, recommended a 0% salary increment to the President for all public office bearers for the 2020-2021 financial year. The African National Congress supports the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. There are no objections. Then it's agreed to. Now, the Secretary will read the fifth order of the day. The Secretary.
Consideration of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services and draft notice determining the rate at which, with effect from 1 with salaries and allowances are payable to constitutional court judges and judges annually.
I will now call upon the Honourable Makwanisha to introduce the report from the virtual platform.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. The report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on the draft notice determining the remuneration with effect from 1st April 2020 of Constitutional Court judges and judges dated 14 May 2021. In terms of the Judges' Remuneration and Conditions of Employment Act of 2001, Constitutional Court judges and judges are entitled to annual salary and as such allowances or benefits as determined by the President from time to time, after taking into account the recommendations of the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. On 13th April 2021, the draft notice containing the President's determination was submitted to Parliament for approval before publication and was referred to the Committee for consideration and report. On the 12th of May 2021, the committee was briefed on the draft notice as follows: having taken into account of the country's fiscal position, the state wage bill, and the impact of the increment for public office bearers on the fiscus and the general state of the economy, which has been negatively affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and affordability amongst others. The Independent Commission recommended 0% increase for all public office bearers for 2020-2021. Having considered the serious economic situation of the country and the Independent Commission's recommendation, the President has determined that there be no increase to the salaries of Constitutional Court judges and judges of other courts. Having considered the draft notice determining the remuneration payable to Constitutional Court judges and judges with effect from the 1st of April 2020, the committee recommends that the House approves the draft notice. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now call upon and recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declarations of votes will apply. Honourable Member from the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Members, the President has, in our view, correctly determined a 0% increase for the Constitutional Court judges and judges. This decision is not without controversy, and there is a view that it flies in the face of constitutional provisions. While it is so that the judiciary should and must be remunerated at an appropriate level due to the vital work undertaken by them, and also to place them in a position financially where they should not be tempted to supplement their incomes from nefarious sources, this cannot be used as an argument to elevate them above other citizens of our country. Everyone is required to tighten their belts. We are all in this together, and the country simply does not have the resources to continue to pay exorbitant and unrealistic wage increases year upon year. It does leave a rather bitter taste in the mouth, though, when the judiciary is required in the national interest to forgo any salary increase when this year's budget contains handsome and indefensible bailouts for SAA, Eskom, and now the Land Bank. When billions have been stolen and squandered by the ANC-sponsored state capture, resources that could have been employed to stimulate and grow our economy. If we are required to bite the bullet in the interest of trying, perhaps in vain, to save our economy, then that should be asked of everyone and not selectively. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, the Democratic Alliance reluctantly supports the determination and the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now I recognize the member from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, at the risk of repeating ourselves, we must state categorically that our support curtailing of the ballooning salaries of the highest paid people in the public sector is not the same as the support that of Tito Mbowene's ill-thought plans for dramatically cutting public sector wages. We do not want austerity. We want regulation on wages in a way that would see a dramatic increase in the of the lower paid amongst our fellow citizens. In this regard, we must support the recommendation not to increase the salaries of judges.
Honourable Lesoma, sorry, ma'am. Honourable Lesoma, there is a point of order from the House, if you can take it.
Thank you very much, Honourable Roto. Point of order from the House. I recognize the ANC.
No, thank you, Honourable Chair. I'm rising on Rule 82. The members of this House cannot refer to each other on first name terms. Thank you, Chair. Honourable Yako referred
Yes.
to Minister of Finance in first name terms.
Thank you, Honourable Khatebe. Honourable member on the platform, on the podium, please do the right and the correct thing to do to address members as honourable members. You may proceed.
Thank you. In this regard, we support the recommendation not to increase the salaries of judges. But if this is not the same time followed by an increase in the salaries of court clerks, interpreters, messengers, then it becomes a regressive move by the government. While we understand the reasons for tenure for judges, the fact that they even after retire, we feel that this must be tied with some sort of obligation towards them to train upcoming judges and advocates and to help the various courts deal with their caseloads. They cannot just enjoy payment while offering nothing in return to the people of the country. These people are highly skilled and their skills can still benefit society well after they have retired. So therefore, Chairperson, we support this report.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now we shall proceed and recognize member of the IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The IFP remains mindful of the state of the global economy and the less than encouraging outlook closer to home. Compounded by the stress on the nation's purse, by the wage bill and the impact of the pandemic, the IFP understands and recognizes the motivation behind the 0% salary increment recommendation made to the President for all public office bearers for the 2020-2021 financial year. However, the IFP notes that neither the Chief Justice nor the lower court's remuneration committee support the recommendations, and we acknowledge their constitutional objection against the reduction of their salaries, allowances, and benefits, where they cite Section 1763 of the Constitution, which provides that salaries, allowances, and benefits of judges may not be reduced. Chairperson, they further argue that Section 176(3) of the Constitution should be interpreted to mean that judges are automatically entitled to an annual cost of living adjustment. I trust that the Concord does not have to rule on the interpretation of Section 176(3) because it would amount to a conflict of interest. We have to note, though, that
Honorable Singh, just hold on. May we make sure that we mute anyone who's not given the opportunity to speak so that we can proceed with our business of the day. You may proceed, Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have to note, though, that whilst there is no reduction in their salaries and benefits, perhaps cost of living allowance, not only for judicial officers, but also for us as MPs and others should be considered by the Commission. However, we are in unprecedented times. The financial climate demands that we all participate. The IFP agrees that the pace of the Remuneration Committee's review of the appropriateness of the current remuneration packages of the judiciary is slow and hopes to see a final recommendation soon. However, having said that, we do support this report. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now we shall proceed and recognize member from FF+.
Madam Chairperson, there's no declaration from Freedom Plus.
Thank you very much. Now I recognize member of the ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP also again reluctantly supports this report, but we are mindful of the concerns expressed by the judiciary, by the judges in terms of the provision that was cited, that in effect, the cost of living increases may result in the argument being that they are in fact resulting in a reduction in their salaries. However, this stage and given the financial constraints facing the nation, we support the zero increase. Let it also be on record, however, that we are fully aware that the reasoning that has been given and the reason for a lot of our budgetary constraints is due to slow economic growth, which preceded the hard lockdown and was made worse by a number of irrational regulations in terms of the lockdown, which have been struck down by the courts themselves and are subject to appeal to the Supreme Court of Appeal. So we are mindful that a lot of the situation we are faced with, as well as unaffordable bailouts, have aggravated the situation and resulted in the fact that office bearers are not given a salary increase. Lastly, we would like to just comment and condemn in the strongest terms those people that have been criticizing the judiciary and particularly those that have attacked the integrity of the judiciary, and I'd be mindful. And that includes former presidents, it includes members of this House, that 165 does not allow, and states very clearly that organs of state, that includes Parliament, must assist and protect the courts to ensure their independence. So let us watch what we say in the public domain in that regard. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Member, now I recognize a member of the UTM. We shall proceed, honourable members. Now I recognize ATM. Honourable member of the ATM. Thank you very much, honourable members. We shall proceed now to honourable member of Good.
Thank you, Chairperson. No declarations.
Thank you very much, honourable member NFP. Now we shall proceed, honourable AIC. Honourable member Cope.
Thank you, Chair. COPE supports the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable member from PAC. We shall proceed, honourable members, and recognize member of honourable member Al-Jama, honourable Hendricks. Thank you very much, but it seems like you are in the hold, but it doesn't matter. We'll proceed, honourable member from the ANC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The African National Congress rises in support of the report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on the draft notice determining the rate at which the remuneration of Constitutional Court justices and judges dated 1 May 2021. Public faith and trust in the judicial system, its independence, integrity, and fairness are important elements in building a state based on the rule of law. The work of the court is significant public interest, and the transparency of courts' activities is important to maintain this trust. The authority is invested in the courts. Section 165 of the Constitution guarantees independence. An important feature of judicial independence is the security of tenures. While the salaries, allowance, and benefits of judges and acting judges are governed by the Judges' Remuneration and Conditions of Employment Act, in terms of the Constitution, salaries, allowance, and benefits of judges cannot be reduced. This is to guard against the possibility of any attempts to influence or put pressure on the judges through salary reductions. In a letter dated 13 April 2021, the President of South Africa indicated that he had received salary recommendation on the Constitutional Court, judges, and other public office bearers from the Independent Commission on the Remuneration of the Public Office Bearers. The Remuneration Commission, after consideration, factors such as the physical conditions of the country, the wages bill, the impact of the salary increment of public office bearers, of the physical and general status of the country, which has been negatively impacted by COVID-19 pandemic, recommended a zero salary increment to the President of all public office bearers for the 2020-2021 financial year. The ANC supports the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable member. Are there any objections to the approval of the draft notice and schedule determining the rate at which salaries and allowances are payable to the Constitutional Court judges and judges annually? No objections, agreed to. Honourable members, we will now come to the motions without notice. Does any member of the ANC wish to give motion without notice? ANC?
Thank you, Chair.
The ANC moves without notice that a top South African scientist, Prof. Abdul Karim, has been appointed to serve on the UN high-level 10-member group in support of the technology facilitation mechanism to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals on Thursday, 13 May 2021. Further notes that Prof. Karim will co-chair the group of renowned experts for 2 years. Understands that the group will advise on ways of harnessing science, technology, and innovation to accelerate progress on the goals. Acknowledges that he is joining eminent and distinguished individuals from civil society, the private sector, and the scientific community who were appointed by the Secretary General following an extensive selection process, an integral partner on the UN Global Agenda on Science, Innovation, and Technology. The ANC congratulates Professor Karim on this prestigious and distinguished appointment that positions the SA positively. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now I recognize member from the DA.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates how the government's extended COVID-19 lockdown regulations have decimated the tourism sector and solutions to fix this. I so move.
Honorable Lesuma, House Chair.
Honorable Roto.
These are motions without notice probably. You have forgotten to ask the question.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. You may just ask the question for me, please.
No, it's on the first motion.
Oh, yes.
If there's any objection to the motion.
May I put to the House, is there any objection to the motion put by the ANC? The motion agreed to, and the motion put by the DA. Is there any objection?
Honorable
Now
Chairperson.
I'll proceed and ask the EFF to put the motion. EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The EFF moves without notice that the House notes that the Independent Electoral Commission appointed former Deputy Chief Justice Dinkeng Mosoneke to lead the process to evaluate the impact of COVID-19 on conditions of conducive for the holding of these free and fair elections later this year. We welcome the decision by the IEC to be cautious, given the fact that the rising infection numbers of COVID-19 as the country is heading towards a third wave. Recognizes that in India, they are experiencing a devastating wave of COVID-19 after the country held the local government elections, with the resultant loss of lives that could have been prevented. Acknowledges the need to take proactive steps to prepare and engage as the legislature to respond should the former Deputy Chief Justice conclude that the conditions are not conducive for a free and fair election, and resolve to prepare and engage on the outcome of the determination by the former Deputy Chief Justice Mosoneke. I so move, Chairperson.
Are there any objections? I put the motion, honorable members. All motions from the ANC, DA, and EFF are agreed to. Now I recognize the IFP.
Thank you very much. I thought it's the ANC again and then the IFP,
No.
Honorable Chair.
Oh,
House
Chair. No, it's fine. IFP may come through, then I'll come back to the ANC.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the
Honorable Mazzoni, you've got a hand up. Honorable Mazzoni.
Yes, thank you, House Chair. Honourable Singh, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt you. House Chairperson Barato and House Chairperson Osama, there's been an error on the behalf of the Democratic Alliance, which I would please like to be noted. the Honourable De Freitas was unfortunately on the wrong section of the order paper, and he read out a motion of notice, not a notice without notice, sorry. And there was some confusion. So the DA must be given another chance, and please accept my apology for the Honourable De Freitas. He will come in later and he shouldn't have come in right now. And I apologize for that mistake.
Honorable Roto, and I will just consult the table if it's appropriate that they have the DA must come back again or on that one. Nevertheless, we note your apology, then we'll direct the House accordingly.
No, it's fine, Honorable Chair. So says the table. You may proceed.
Thank you. Now, I believe I'm correct if I ask Honorable Singh to proceed. You have tabled already, Honorable
Thank
Singh.
you. No, I have not tabled. Thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of the IFP, I move without notice that the House notes that the South African documentary film, My Octopus Teacher, received an Academy Award, the first Oscar for a South African film in the documentary feature category on Monday, 26th April 2021. This was broadcast worldwide. Further notes that the film received a British Academy Film Award on Sunday, 11th April 2021, which was broadcast across the BBC and in the UK. Congratulates the filmmaker Craig Foster, upon whom the film is based, following a year he spent on building a relationship with a wild common octopus in a South African kelp forest off the Cape Coast. We also wish to congratulate the directors of the film, Pippa Eldrick and James Reed, on a job well done, and acknowledges that the film has received international success and widespread acclaim following its release on Netflix. Finally, calls upon government to increase its efforts in maritime conservation and extend the coverage of marine protected areas in South Africa, in South African territorial waters, so as to meet the requirements of United Nations SDG 14, which calls for nations to conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. I so move, Honorable Chairperson.
Are there any objections? I put to the motion. There are no objections. It's agreed to. FF plus.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the FF Plus that this House notes that during March and April 2021, Vodacom Central Region has switched on 21 new 3G and 4G enabled base station sites in deep rural areas in big local municipalities across the Free State and Northern Cape provinces for the first time. These new sites will connect the unconnected. Further notes that GSMA research shows that even though availability of high-speed broadband is critical to deep rural development, deep rural communities are lagging behind in terms of connectivity and is excluded from digital transformation and access to the economy. Congratulates the Vodacom Central Region for investing 67 million rand in the 2021 financial year in our rural communities in Bethlehem, Voorheesburg, Klokkelaan, Voorheesburg, Griekwestad, Vollersmith, Bothaville, Kroonstad, Postmasburg, Jagersfontein, Parys, Kwakwa, Prieska, Galagadi, and Tennyson. Recognizes the increase of internet access will increase the economic growth within these towns, and further recognizes that this is an excellent example of the private sector empowering people and creating employment in a scope where they are free to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any objections? If there are no objections, I'll put the motion. Agreed to. Thank you very much, Honorable Members. ANC.
The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes the passing on of the struggle veteran Professor Stan Skhumbuzo Mzilakatha Sangweni on Tuesday, the 18th May 2021, at the age of 88. Acknowledges that during apartheid, he spent 30 years in exile, living in Netherlands, Eswatini, Zambia, Kenya, and Ethiopia. Further remembers that his house became home of many South African exile communities in Zambia and in Kenya in the 1970s and 1980s. Understand that in his return to South Africa in 1993, he briefly served as the director of the School of Rural Community Development at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Records that he also served as a chairperson of the Public Service Commission from 1994 to 2009, and he has also served as the acting director of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Believes that Professor Sangweni distinguished himself as a remarkable, conscientious, and selfish leader in all the roles he served at home and beyond our borders, and convey our heartfelt condolences to the Sangweni family and friends, and may his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any objections? I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party, I move without notice that the House condemns the killing of 3 people in Delft, Cape Town, that being a 22-year-old woman and 2 men aged 39 and 28, as well as the serious of a 13-year-old girl and 33-year-old woman who sustained gunshot wounds. Further urges the South African Police Services to beef up their anti-gang units and to make use of innovative policing techniques to ensure that those responsible for these brutal murders face the full might of the law and are brought to book. Offers its condolences to the families of those who lost their loved ones and wishes those injured a speedy recovery. I so move. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any objections? I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. UDM. UDM. We shall move and proceed to ATM. We shall move and proceed, honorable members. DA. Honorable member from the DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that Ms. Christina Nomdu took up her office in the Western Cape as the first Children's Commissioner in any province in the Republic on 1 June 2020, following a 4-month selection process. Further notes that Ms. Nomdu is responsible for monitoring, investigating, and researching, educating, lobbying, and advising matters relating to children in the province. Recognizes that Ms. Nomdu plays an important role in the protection and promotion of children's rights, their needs and interests, and she participated in the recent round of public hearings on the Children's Amendment Bill hosted by the Portfolio Committee on Social Development. Recalls that 943 children were murdered and more than 24,000 children were sexually assaulted in the country, according to 2019-20 crime statistics of SA Police Services. Acknowledges that it is important to invest in our children's future if we want to bolster the economic development of the Republic, congratulates Ms. Nomdu on her appointment, her dedication and compassion as she continues to be a champion for children's rights, and wishes her well in her future endeavors. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any objections? I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. And now I recognize Honorable Member of the EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. The EFF moves without notice that the House notes the passing of Ms. Yonwamba Mangeni, a student who was studying towards a diploma in electrical and infrastructure at eThekwini TVET College. Further notes the allegation that she died of hunger and fatigue after spending 3 days sleeping outside campus because she was evicted from her accommodation when NSFAS failed to pay for her accommodation and stipend on time. Condemns the cost of life resulting from incompetence, corruption, mismanagement of state resources, and misguided austerity measures. Further condemns that people have to die because of government's failure and acknowledgement of the passing of Wamba was preventable. Convey our deepest condolences to her family and friends and calls on students to remain vigilant and continue with the call for free decolonized education. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any objections? I put the motion. No objections, agreed to.
ANC objects.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The motion will be converted
They
to the
will
notice of
object.
motion.
Such a shame.
Thank you, Honorable.
April, you should be ashamed of yourself.
No, point of order, just hold on. Let us proceed, honorable members. Now I recognize member of the ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. ANC moves that the House notes that South African sculptor, poet, and writer Professor Pitika Ntuli was awarded the Global Fine Art People's Choice called U2 on Tuesday, 18th May 2021 in Paris. To acknowledges that Ntuli's Azibuyele Emasisweni means return to the source. An online exhibition of the bone sculptures hosted by the Melrose Gallery won the U2 award. Understands that there were 160 nominees, which included exhibitions from some of the most established art galleries and museums in the world. Remembers that Professor Ntuli's works are underlined with politically and spiritually references, and each of his sculptures is accompanied by a poem, and we congratulate Professor Ntuli on winning the prestigious award. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable member. Are there any objections? I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Good. Honorable member from Good.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good moves without notice. That the House notes Good leader and Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Ms. Patricia de Lille's acceleration of land reform over the past 12 months. Acknowledges that 25,500 hectares of farmland was released for land redistribution, with 3,000 hectares of city land that has been released for human settlements. Recognizes 2,500 hectares of land has been released to finalize transfers to land claims, and further notes that there is still a long way to go, but this is good progress in the right direction within our land reform endeavors. I so move.
Thank you, honorable member. Are there any objections? I put the motion.
House Chair, the DA objects.
It shall be converted to notice of motion. Thank you very much. We shall proceed, and I recognize the member from NFP. NFP.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I move on behalf of the National Freedom Party that this House notes the third wave of COVID-19 virus infection has now reached many provinces in the country. Further note that Gauteng, Free State, Northern Cape, Northwest provinces have already recorded high rates of infection and COVID-19 deaths. And health experts and scientists are predicting that the third wave will hit the Western Cape and other provinces within 2 weeks. Expresses its concern that South Africans appear to be very complacent and are not complying with the regulations calling upon them to practice social distancing, to wear masks, and to wash hands or sanitize regularly. Realizes that there is an increase in infections amongst learners at schools. Understand that in the last 24 hours, over 4,623 new infections in South Africa, with 102 further COVID-19 deaths. A clear indication that a crisis is looming in the country. Acknowledges that whilst the National Department of Health expressed its grave concern on the high infection rate and deaths countrywide, there has been no response from the National Department of Health or government to put in additional measures to address the escalation in infections, and calls on government to consider and implement as a matter of urgency additional measures to contain the high infection rate. I so move.
Thank you, honorable member. I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. Agreed to. Now I recognize a member from the ANC. There's a funny noise that is in the background. If you can just sort it out. ANC, thank you very much. ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The African National Congress move without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing of the former Member of Parliament and former Mpumalanga MEC, Comrade Dumisile Nhlengetwa, on Monday, 24th of May, 2021, at the age of 51. Acknowledges that Comrade Dumisile was a remarkable and seasoned woman leader who never missed any stage of development in the revolution. Understands that at the time of her passing, she was serving as the member of the mayoral committee, leading the infrastructure and technical services portfolio in the Bandi district municipality. Recalls that in 1999, she was elected as a member of parliament and diligently served as the chairperson of agriculture and land affairs and later chairperson of cooperative governance and traditional affairs. Further recalls that in 2014, she joined the Mpumalanga legislature and was deployed as the MEC to the Department of Public Roads and Transport. Remembers Dumi as a leader committed in the struggle towards total emancipation of women and conveys condolences to the Nhlengetwa family, friends, and the African National Congress. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I put the motion before the House. Any objections? There are no objections. Agreed to. AIC? AIC? We shall proceed, honourable members. I recognize COPE member. COPE? Thank you, honourable member. Now I recognize member of the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing on of one of the veteran Kwaito musician, Mujalefa Emmanuel Njokes Matan, a member of the Trumpist music group, on Sunday, the 23rd May 2021, in a car accident. Acknowledges that Njokes was one of the members of the popular and much-loved Kwaito pioneer Trumpist, which played a huge role in shaping the Kwaito music in South Africa. Remembers that Trumpist began making music in 1990 and released their debut album, Sigia Ngengoma, in 1995. Recalls that he, together with his friends, started Kalawa Jasmine Music, company which has gone on to produce superstars such as Boom Shaka, Mafikizolo, and others, and conveys condolences to his family, loved ones, and colleagues in the music industry. I so move.
Thank you, honourable member. I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. Agreed to. Now I recognize member of the DA.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that Mrs. Helen Richfield celebrated her 101st birthday on the 25th of March, 2021. Further notes that Mrs. Richfield, who lived in Cape Town for the last 73 years, is in excellent health despite waiting for her COVID-19 vaccination. Notes that after she married Mr. Leslie Richfield in 1914, the couple emigrated to South Africa on the board of the Dominion Monarch that sailed through the Suez Canal and down the east coast of Africa before docking in Cape Town. Acknowledges that she lives an independent life in Cape Town near her son Julian and daughter-in-law Rosalie, and congratulates Mrs. Richfield on her birthday and wishes her well for the coming year. I so move.
Thank you, honourable member. Now I recognize member of the PAC.
Question, please.
Honourable Chair.
Before that, I put before the House the motion. Is it agreed to? The motion agreed to? we shall proceed then, honorable members, that there are no objections, which means it's agreed to. Now I recognize member from PAC. PAC. We shall proceed, honorable members. I recognize member of the Al Jamal, Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Assalamu alaikum. Al Jamal moves without notice that the House notes the sad passing of Dr. Ismail Jakut of Pinelands in the Western Cape on the 25th of May, 2021. Recognize him as a titan who made the only call in the Muslim community for the release of President Nelson Mandela. Further recognizes his assistance with the drafting of the resolution of over 100 Muslim organizations on the Free Mandela campaign. Acknowledges that he played a very important role to unite South Africa by being known as the rugby doctor. And we know that President Mandela recognizes the role that rugby played to unite South Africans. And we remember President Mandela's famous words, "My captain, my captain." Al-Jamaa extends its condolences to the family, friends, and the Muslim community, and especially his brothers who loved him very much. I so move.
Thank you, honorable member. Are there any objections? I put the motion. No objection, agreed to. Now, honorable members, I recognize the DA to ratify their mistake earlier on. DA?
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that Mr. Petrus Sito recently walked over 1,000 kilometers to the Union buildings to deliver a memorandum to the President of the Republic, Mr. MC Ramaphosa. Further notes that Mr. Sito undertook this important initiative to raise awareness that all farmers and farm workers, irrespective of their races or social economic backgrounds, are being affected by farm attacks, and to call for an end to farm attacks. Recognizes that Mr. Sito put into place the call of one of the greatest anti-apartheid parliamentarians, Ms. Helen Suzman, to go and see for yourself and touch the lives of thousands of South Africans along the way. Congratulates Mr. Sito on this tremendous achievement and wishes him well in his future endeavors. I so move.
Thank you, honorable member. Now I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections, agreed to. Now I recognize member of the ANC. ANC. ANC.
Thank you, House.
Okay, you may proceed, ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House knows that the World No Tobacco Day is held on the 31st May each year. Further knows that on this day, non-governmental organizations and governments unite to draw attention to the health problems that tobacco use can cause. Acknowledges that medical research made it clear during the 1900s that tobacco use increased the likelihood of many illnesses, including heart attacks, strokes, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, emphysema, and many forms of cancer. Further acknowledges that the World Health Organization reports 8 million deaths every year are due to the consumption of tobacco. Understand that the theme for 2021 is commit to quit. And we calls on all to observe this day and to help in awareness about the risks of tobacco use and how we can make the world tobacco free. I so move, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Are there any objections? I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Honorable members, that concludes the motions without notice. Now we shall move on the last item on the order paper, which is notices of motion. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a notice of motion? If then, before
Yes.
the ANC comes in, can we ensure that the back office in terms of the front table ensures that the members on their screens or under their faces, they are named correctly according to their political parties? That will help. Thank you very much, ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates national transformation in the context of a growing global information and knowledge society. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member of the DA.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates how government's extended COVID-19 lockdown regulations have decimated the tourism sector and solutions to fix this. I so move.
Thank you, EFF. Honorable Member of the EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. I move in the next sitting, House Chair, that the House debates the public works empty spaces in order to ensure that students have effective accommodation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member of the ANC.
Ngiyathokoza sihlalo ohloniphekileko. Sihlalo ngiyachukumisa egameni le-ANC bonyana indlu le ehloniphekileko ekuhlaleni kwayo okulandelako ibonisane ngeentjhijilo esiyokuqalana nazo ngemva kwesikhathi sengogwana i-COVID-19 mayelana nokusimamisa umnotho wephasi lonke begodu nokufezekisa iinrhuluphelo zetuthuko ukufaka hlangana nokufinyelela amagondelo wetuthuko edzimeleleko. Ngiyachukumisa sihlalo, ngiyathokoza.
Thank you, Honorable Member of the IFP. You are recognized.
Honorable Chairperson, on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I hereby give notice that I shall move at the next sitting of this House that the House debates the need to amend chapters 7 and 12 of the Constitution to determine the roles, powers, and functions of traditional leaders, traditional leadership institutions, and provide for legislative changes to provide for the allocation of resources and support to offices attached to traditional leadership and institutions. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I recognize member of the FF Plus.
Madam Chairperson, I hereby give notice on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus that the House at its next session debates the corruption in the Department of Health, the alleged involvement of a company, Digital Vibes, and the devastating effects that corruption have on the Department of Health. I so move. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize member of the ANC. Member of the ANC.
I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates addressing the increasing incidence of armed robberies and violence in some of our country's schools. We so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize member of the ACDP.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party, I give notice that at its next sitting, I shall move that the House debates the escalation of gang violence on the Cape Flats and its serious risks to the security and stability of the country. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize member of the UTM. We shall proceed, Honorable Member. Now I recognize member of the ATM. We shall proceed, Honorable Members. I recognize member of the DA.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the ongoing road carnage on the R573 Moloto Road that senselessly continues to claim many lives, and steps to stop the road carnage and address the slow pace and lack of compensation to the families of the victims of these accidents. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize the member of the EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. I move in the next House sitting that the House debates the effectiveness of state entities and the role they can play to the country's fiscus. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize the member of the ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates strengthening consequence management with regards to effective, speedy, and consistent disciplinary mechanisms within departments. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize the member of Good.
Chairperson, no motions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize member of the NFP.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I move on behalf of the National Freedom Party that at its next sitting, this House deliberates and resolves to erect a national monument or statue on the National Assembly precinct to honor Princess Krotua, the mother of the first indigenous nation in South Africa, the Khoi and San. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize member of the ANC, and before the ANC, may anyone who has not given an opportunity to speak to mute his or her mic. That will help us so that we can concentrate and finish the business of the day. Honorable Member of the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the impact of climate change on the potential to reduce food production and the availability of potable water, which will require far-reaching changes to the way people live and work. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize member of the AIC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of AIC that in this House, in its next meeting, debate the challenges in the tender system and what impact do they have on the poor and the BEE. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize member of the COPE.
Thank you.
Now I recognize member of the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that at its next sitting, the House debate sharpening South African innovation edge to contribute to global scientific and technological advancement by ensuring greater investment in research and development. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize the member of the DA.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that in its next sitting, this House debates Eskom's ability, the implications, sustainability, and requirements for the supply of affordable and available electricity to drive the needs of the economy and services as required by the citizenry. We note that we are continued to be load shed during COVID, the lowest demand period on record since 2007. I accordingly move that at its next sitting in this House debates the state of the utility and the viability of interventions, operational, financial, and structural to meet the nation's needs. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I recognize member of the PAC. We shall proceed, Honorable Members. I recognize the member of the Al-Jamal, Honorable Al-Jamal.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair Al-Jamal moves that at our next sitting, this House debates the matter of occupation so that we can look Oliver Tambo in the eye and the other ancestor, Nelson Mandela, in the eye. The fighting in occupied Western Sahara and the impact of the 11 days of killing of children in the conflict, especially occupied Palestine, we feel is an important matter to be debated by this Parliament. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now I recognize the member of the ANC.
I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that in the next sitting, the House debates preventing incidents of mob justice in communities and also restoring trust of the community in policing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable members, that concludes notices of motion and the business of the day. The House is adjourned.
Recording
live-
stopped.